souls you send here, coming to this earth to find healing. Mother Earth takes in the rain, like your heart takes my voice. Let us free each other with our prayers, with our voice. And I'm coming home, and I'm coming home, and I'm coming home, and I'm coming home.
anything much about them. Wait. You have to trace from the Dattatreya. Because that's the name, the tradition of Avadhutas, what they call. You know, Avadhuta?
Yes.
So there's a tradition of Avadhutas in our country. And Shirdi Sai Baba was an Avadhuta.
Of Dattatreya.
Avadhuta means who has powdered or who has destroyed all the desires and Dhuta is dust. So he has reduced everything to dust. And about this Avadhuta movement and the Dattatreya, you got a number of Dattatreya temples.
Yes,
all over the country. And Swami also has asked some people to go and be in that Dattatreya temple.
To build the Dattatreya temples.
To build or to reside in a Dattatreya temple that he mentions. Go and be there.
To worship and stay
don't
there.
Come down from there.
I see. Swami.
He's asked a number of people like that. So he and his connection with Dattatreya
is strong.
He remembers it and he emphasizes it. And you know that case in which I shall show you my real form.
Yes, you told me about the picture of a devotee, Inuti, you told me.
Yes.
How was it, that episode? Can you describe what happened?
I wasn't there, but I know that when Swami was coming down the Ooty, Nilgiri hills to a rest house, and he got down the rest house. And when he was moving towards the rest house, students who were accompanying him wanted to take his photograph. And they had a Polaroid camera. And then after about 2 or 3 photographs, Swami said, wait, I'll give you my real form. And then he stood and it was clicked. Well, there's a story that when he clicked, one lady wanted to correct the robe was a little too high. And they wanted to put it right over the sole, right over the foot. But then Swami said, no, don't touch. And then in the Polaroid camera, it was not Swami that came. Dattatreya with the cow behind and the 4 dogs, and the 3 heads.
Like a statue, like an idol.
That photo came. So that it is the Dattatreya tradition. And in some of the bhajans that we sing here also mention Om Sai Datta we say. Datta Guru. Some of these names are used.
So even Sathya Sai Baba is an avatar of Dattatreya. This is what you mean.
Yes, because he is also all the 3.
All the Trinity. I see. Supreme.
Yes.
Can I ask you some question? I don't understand. When they speak about Swami, he said, for example, I'm from Bharadvaja Gotra, Apastamba Sutra. What that means? Apastamba Sutra and Bharadvaja Gotra line.
See, when Swami said he belongs to that Sutra and Gotra, that he will be born in a family which has got that Sutra and Gotra.
I see. Gotra means clan, the clan, the family.
Gotra means it has got a tradition traditional descent from a certain Rishi.
Bharadwaja. Bharadwaja was a great Rishi.
Gotra has got a Rishi. The Gotra, only the three higher castes have. Brahmin, Kshatriya and Vaishya. These three alone have got the Gotra. And these three have got Rishis and belonging to the Gotra means a cow shed. And belonging to that shed.
And Apastamba Sutra.
That is to say, that clan.
Clan, yes.
For example, I am the Kaundinya Gotra. There was a Rishi called Kaundinya. And my son will be Kaundinya, and like that it will go on. It must have gone on for generations. This claim to belong to that Rishi's clan. And Sutra is a commentary on the scriptures by a certain person. So though I belong to the clan of Bharadwaja, for all rituals and rites that I have got to perform, I belong to, or I take up the commentary written by Apastamba, another Rishi.
I see. So that is the reason that Swami told this.
Yes, that he will be born in a family which has Bharadwaja as the clan, as a Rishi. That's why you must have heard the story Swami said of Shiva Shakti, that story.
Yes. Huh? Yes, I read in your book, in Sathyam Sivam Sundaram.
And that dance of Shiva and Shakti.
Yes. When he was born as Shirdi Baba in the Patri village, you mean? That's his...
No. Bharadwaja, in whose clan he has now taken birth,
yes,
had... there's a story about that Bharadwaja. We have not... that's not my book.
I must read it, yes.
In the Sathya Sai Speaks. In the Sathya Sai Speaks, I have reproduced the speech given by him on that Guru Purnima day when he
I read
it. Stroke and became normal.
Yes, I read it. I remember now. Yes, I remember.
Then we got that Bharadwaja performing a yaga and wanting Shiva to attend. And then Shiva and Shakti promise that they will come. And that he has come like that, and it is that...
fulfill the promise.
So, Bharadwaja and Apastamba. Now this Dattatreya has got a... We have got a number of people who worship this Dattatreya as their patron god. And you got...
he's popular in all India, Dattatreya. He's popular.
I sometimes speak about Swami being Dattatreya himself. And I collect the identity, to prove the identity.
To prove, yes.
I take from stotras, that is, stotras,
Yes.
composed by Shankaracharya and other mystics and poets about Dattatreya, how Dattatreya is worshipped. And there are so many qualities belonging to Dattatreya that we can find in Swami. So, some stotras, you find, I'll give you some of those
Yes.
identities. First one is, he takes various forms.
Various forms. Yes.
Bahurupa, that is, appears in various forms. And Swami also appears in various forms. As sometimes he says, I had been to your house and you didn't pay me anything, so I begged.
Like Shirdi.
Like Shirdi. I was a principal of a college about 500 miles off. And when we came here, Swami told my wife what? I came and shouted before your door, oh, and you said, no, the master of the house is not at home, so I can't pay. And I went and shouted near the office near my office. He said, the principal's office. And he didn't care for me. Like that, there are various ways in which he appears. There was one in Bombay, some people came here. And Swami told them, look here, when I come and beg something, you have kept some inferior type of grain to be given to beggars.
I see.
And you gave me that. And then when they protested and said, no, we didn't do that for me. Then it seems he brought the grain and showed them to him. This is the stuff that you specially keep in a place so that your children or somebody may give it to any beggar who might come near the door. So, Bahurupa, various forms he appears, that way. And then there's another line of glory of this Takshanat Sarvagami. Immediately he appears in a number of places at the same time. At the same time appearing in a number of places. This you won't find in the Sahasranama or the Ashtotara of other gods.
It's peculiar of Dattatreya. I see.
These attributes.
I see. Only Dattatreya.
Of course you say that they are Sarvavyapi, they are omnipresent, they are omnipotent, they are omnifelicitous and all that. But to this kind of Takshana, Sarvagami, going to a number of places at the same time. Some of these are unique attributes of Dattatreya. And then, by your command, fire comes down and storms stop.
Storms stop.
Storms become calm and fire comes down. That's another attribute referred to Dattatreya, which you will find in Swami's thing also, as well as in Shirdi Sai Baba. You know, the flames got up,
Yes, and he
come down, and it came down. And then, sometimes yogi, sometimes bhogi, sometimes viragi. This is another Kvachit yogi, bhogi, Kvachitapi viragi. Vijarase. You are sometimes a yogi, sometimes a bhogi. Bhogi means?
that relates to work.
No, a person who relishes, say, relishes the world. Sometimes he gives up the world,
Sometimes
and then releases the world.
yes,
And he appears as a viragi, as a person who has given up everything.
yes, well,
So that also in Shirdi Sai Baba, you find that procession and wearing of things and putting on the crown,
yes,
that evening procession to the place where they used to go and sleep.
yes,
And here also you find procession and Swami.
yes,
Huh?
yes, it's good. The
So
party.
yogi, bhogi, both. And Swami also says that he will grant bhukti and mukti.
Mukti,
Mukti
liberation.
and bhukti is worldly enjoyment.
I see. And
That he will grant both.
even Shirdi did that. Child and prosperity.
Yes. So people pray to him for worldly prosperity. Here also. There is no bar. Bhukti and mukti, both he will grant. And he himself has got bhukti and mukti. Yogi and that is something. And then there is another attribute that he is very competent to elaborate the meaning of the scriptures as well as the nature of the absolute.
I see. So he comments the scriptures. He can give
The inner meaning of scriptures.
inner meaning.
Brahma pravachana vidhane ati chaturaha. Very, very expert in elaborating the nature and significance of the absolute. This is, of course, you can't have such an attribute given to, say, Brahma, Vishnu or Shiva, because they don't explain themselves. But this avatar has come in order to explain. And Shirdi also,
He expounded the Gita and all that.
and the meaning of the Gita in one sloka you have.
Shama is chapter.
In parables and stories by which illustrated. So also here. Akhila Vidyanati, that's another.
What do you think about the teaching? What do you think was the most important teaching that Shirdi Baba gave at this times? And Sathya Sai Baba is carrying on now as continuing.
Yes. It was the unity. Yes, unity of all creation.
The most important teaching.
Here also. Unity and divinity. And Akhila Vidyanati, that is this a treasure house of all the facets of knowledge.
He knows everything.
So, architecture, music, Sanskrit, languages,
History,
history, medicine, everything. Akhila Vidyanidhi is one of the attributes of the Tattva as well as these two.
Can I ask you a question? Usually, avatars are considered coming all from Vishnu, like Rama and Krishna. And once I heard the Swami say that he's avatar even of Shiva. That's why, because he comes from Dattatreya. That's the meaning, maybe.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
All three.
All three.
That is to say, the source of all the three.
So it's the most enormous power that ever had descent on the earth.
Yes, yes. all the three together. So Dattatreya is not only Shiva or Vishnu but also Brahma. All three.
All three.
That's why it is important to emphasize the Dattatreya aspect.
Yes, sure. Yes, I will do.
This is another. Swakrita Nigamathan Nila Naravapuhu. Swakrita Nigamathan. That is, he himself creates meanings for the Vedas.
For the Vedas.
It is Swami, that is to say, a kind of for the modern man.
He gives new interpretation.
New interpretation of the scriptures. As a matter of fact, Swami has, Sathya Sai Baba has given why he has incarnated in one of his introductory songs and the discourses. And because he has the usual thing that morality has gone down and revived, and then that people have lost love, they are sunk in hatred, so to save them, and then good men are not able to survive in the atmosphere of wickedness to protect them. And then there is one reason given which is not found in any other avatar. Dattatreya avatar is got it. That is to reveal the true significance of the scriptures.
Of the Vedas. Yes, I remember this. Yes.
That Swami has said. Now that is the special qualification of this Dattatreya. And Shirdi and this. Yes, this is another. A person may be poor, Mudha, he may be a fool, he may be a stone-hearted man, but all are equally dear to you. Yes, here as well as there. And then Manirva, Mantrova, Vibhuti, Himalayashwarya, Abhivar. You are able to transform people by Manirva. This is a very important thing. By gems. That is to say, by
Gifts. Like
this thing. But Dattatreya should have it.
like Vibhuti.
Mantrova, all my mantrams. Might be giving a mantram for recitation. You are able to save people.
To raise them.
To raise them by offering, giving them money, that is to say gems or rings or various other things, or mantra. Vibhuti, Himalayashwarya, Vibhuti, or various other types of Aishwarya. By Aishwarya, blessings and boons. But money is specially mentioned as Dattatreya's gifts.
Shirdi Baba used to give always money to his devotees.
Yes. No, not this English money.
No, yes.
The Sanskrit money is the gem.
The gem. So you mean the gifts like
gifts like this.
like rings
Or
japamala?
Is that the
Yeah. It's not a japamala.
Yes. A garland of precious stones.
Wonderful. what do you think is the reason that Shirdi Baba spoke so many times about Kabir as his guru or linking to Kabir, and what do you feel?
Also is Dattatreya group. You got that Akkalkot Maharaj,
Yes,
and then Manikya Prabhu or some. They all, these Avadutas, have got a kind of inner contact with other spiritual beings.
like Gajanana Maharaj and Gajanana Maharaj. They are all linked to Dattatreya.
Yes, yes.
I see. So even Kabir was linked with Dattatreya.
Yes.
I see. You were devotee of Meher Baba before knowing Sathya Sai Baba. You have written in Sathyam Sivam Sundaram that you knew Meher Baba. Not much. Nothing. That's all.
He was near Bangalore, a big establishment.
Yeah.
I met him, not many contacts.
What do you think about Meher Baba? In your opinion?
No, he was dodging his mission. Silence. And then one day when he begins to speak, the whole world will change. All this more
Didn't happen.
No, didn't happen. Have you seen this one?
No.
With Swami came to Karanjia.
Karanja. No, I don't have this.
Blitz in Bombay.
Newspaper.
Blitz. And he was a communist. And when he heard of Swami, he thought he would verify himself and came down here. And he asked Swami, Sadhguru,
Yes. Here he speaks. Shirdi Baba, Sai Baba, and Prema Baba. Trinity.
Swamiji, we would like to know something about your triple incarnation, past, present, and future. That is from Shirdi Sai Baba to Sathya Sai Baba and the Prem Sai Baba to come, according to your prophecy. First of all, you will grasp the complete oneness of the three incarnations of contemporary times with those of the past like Rama and Krishna. This is a difficult task. When people cannot understand the present, how can they comprehend the past? Every incarnation is full and complete in relation to the time, the environment, and the task. There is no distinction between the various appearances of God as Rama, Krishna, or Sai.
So there's no distinction between Rama, Krishna, Sai. They're all one.
Rama came to feel the fruits of truth, etc. By the present avatar, you mean Sai Baba? Yes. I incarnate from age to age. But skeptics wonder why God should assume a human form. That's all right. Why had this task to be divided into three separate incarnations of the Shirdi, Satya, and Prem Baba? You can have this book with you and return it after 3-4 days.
Vibhuti, that is what. Putting yourself up as nothing.
The previous avatar Shirdi Baba laid the base for secular integration and gave mankind message of duty, that is work. So Swami used to say that in the previous avatar, everything was cooked.
So you mean?
Cooking went down.
Yes, cooking.
This avatar, I have come to share what was cooked in the previous avatar. That is why I have got to do it with so much of love. Because the mother, when she shares, when she cooks, she becomes very angry if somebody interrupts. So that is a cooking stage. This is a serving stage. And then maintain the message of duty that is work. The mission of the present avatar is to make everybody realize that since the same God or divinity resides in everyone, people should respect, love and help each other irrespective of caste or faith. Thus every work can become an act of worship. Finally, Prem Sai shall promote the evangel that not only does God reside in everybody, but everyone himself is God. That will be the final wisdom which will enable every man and woman to rise to be God. Thus the three avatars carry the triple message of work, worship and wisdom.
This is the reply that Swami gave to Karanja.
Yeah.
You think about, I know that in the Sai Satcharita, they speak about the Rinkusha, that man who was keeping Shirdi Baba when he was very young, and about a fakir that happened to train him. Yes. Did ever Swami said something about these preceptors like Rinkusha or the fakir in your memory?
No. In Kusa, there is one reference. There is one in Swami's life, Sathya Sai Baba's life. There is one Venkavadhuta. He is an Avadhuta.
Yes.
And
Of the Raju family. Of the Raju family.
And Venkavadhuta is supposed to, he doesn't belong to the family of Swami. He was wandering about and he came to these areas and he passed away about 60-80 miles from here. And that Venkavadhuta was one of Swami's grandfather, who was following him. And he promised that Kondappa Raju, Swami's grandfather, he promised that God will be born in your family. That God will take avatar in your family. He prophesied, not promised, how can he? He prophesied. And that Venkavadhuta is considered to be in that area where he is buried. There is a tomb of this man, of Venkavadhuta.
Where? Near Puttaparthi?
It's about 80 miles off.
80 miles.
In Karnataka state, not here. And people there believe that he is Vankusa.
I see. So this should be the connection. I see.
So, Vankusa, after his Maharashtra sojourn, he wandered about. And he got Swami's grandfather as one of his disciples or admirers. And he was going with him for some time. And then when he started his odd habits and manners, he gave it up. I have written about him in that book, Ishwarama.
Ishwarama. I have it, yes.
Ishwarama will find about this Tankavadhuta and Vimpusa.
And I have read in your books that the sister of Swami and even the parents have the visions from Swami about Shirdi Baba and the place of Shirdi when he was very young for confirming the connection.
Yes.
How was that? How?
Mother, not the sister.
Only the mother.
The sister got a picture.
Not the sister.
She has got it even now.
Got it even now.
Folded. Because it was folded and put behind a bag of jar or something. But the mother was one lady who was also shown inside their own house.
Inside their own house.
You come, I'll try and show you Shirdi. Then I see Shirdi Sai Baba was sitting on that rock inside the room. And one lady who saw it, his father's sister, is now in hospital. She is a patient in the hospital. But she can talk.
I see. And I know there are many people that were devotees of Shirdi Baba and now came here to worship Sathya Sai Baba, like the Rani of Chinsoli, I think. And is she living here?
No, pastor.
Pastor. I see.
Only this lady, Petavato,
Shirdi Baba.
Shirdi.
But she cannot speak. I went to the bookshop about that book she has written in Telugu, you told me, but they don't have, they don't know. She has got it.
I like to purchase it from her.
I see.
Her, some ladies are there. They will give you.
So I can go to their house to...
You can see her also?
Yes, sure, yes.
And if you say Shirdi Baba, and if she is able to understand that, she might respond.
Is there any instance that you remember with all your long years of staying with Swami when he spoke about Shirdi Baba? Something that you think it's important to say about something in your memory that Swami...
Nothing that is useful for you.
I see. Yes. So, enough. Thank you so much.
N. Kasturi, humorist, author, poet, translator, program producer of All India Radio, editor, professor of history, biographer of Sai Baba.
Vibhuti, in Sanskrit, it means glory, splendor. And it is an indication of the splendor of the Lord. Baba gives Vibhuti by a wave of his hand, creating it. That is to say, a part of himself, a part of his own splendor. You will see on my forehead I have got a big paste of Vibhuti, and Baba once called it a bandage. And I consider it a bandage which will save me from the illness of bondage. Because Baba always says, when he applies Vibhuti to your forehead, creating Vibhuti, he says, this is a reminder of death. This is a reminder of the triviality of things, of the impermanence of the cosmos. That is one meaning of Vibhuti which Baba gives. Another meaning of Vibhuti is that it is himself, a part of himself, because it emanates from him, and therefore it is divine, essentially. Another meaning that he gives is that it is the ultimate, the irreducible. You can't turn ash into something else. It is the ultimate. Once it has become ash, whatever you do with it, it will remain ash. And so it is the irreducible article. You can't proceed beyond that. It is the ultimate. That is the symbol of the ultimate. I see him, the great poet, the poet of poets, in his sublimity, in the serenity, in his compassion, in his power, in his wisdom, and in his presence in every living thing, his love. So he is the prompter of poetry in every poet. He is the rhyme, he is the charm, he is the harmony, the melody, the ultimate source of all this. That is how I feel it. When I see him, I see a poem, a sublime poem. When he speaks, I listen to the music of the spheres.
Because one of the advantages I have is that I am old. And Swami often says, old is gold. And therefore you are willing to pass over any faults or failings, old man. And I've also got a good excuse for forgetting. The power to forget is a very important acquisition. Just as memory, forgetting also is a very important quality. If you remember everything that has happened to you, it will be a calamity. It will be a terrible burden. And about old men, I always like this. Yeats, the Irish poet, has written An aged man is but a paltry thing, not very much valued. As a matter of fact, some people have come to me and said, when they know that my daughter is looking after me, they say, what? In Germany or in some other countries in the West, nobody would care for you. Let me put into an aged home. And in India, old people are considered as a good treasure and looked after by some relative, if not daughter, uncle's daughter, or father-in-law's grandson. Anybody. So there is that feeling of kinship and a feeling of responsibility, at least to look after old people. But this Yeats says, an aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick. A tattered coat upon a stick. Unless, if you have not that, you are simply a tattered coat upon a stick, a paltry thing. But unless soul clap its hands and sing, the soul of the old man must clap its hands and sing, and louder sing. Not only sing, but louder sing, for every tatter in its mortal dress. Of course, the old man must have had a number of tatters, must have received so many blows, must have passed through so many accidents and troubles and disappointments, and each one is a tatter upon his coat. But when a tatter happens, when something like that happens, if he claps his hands and sings, hello, oh, fate has treated me badly, that means the gods remember my existence. If you've got a headache, you must be thankful that it reminds us that you have got a head. So also, if you get a tatter in your coat, if something happens to you which you don't like, it means that in Indian philosophy, it means that you are working out your karma. And the sooner you do it, the better. Or it may be that God, just like the book of Job, that God pays some attention to you and that He knows of your existence and that He wants to test you and He wants to improve you. And He puts you in a cauldron and removes your alloy, and the sooner He does it, the better. And the better He does it, the gladder you are. So unless soul clap its hands and sing, and louder sing, for every tatter in its mortal dress. Nor is that singing, nor is there singing school. If clapping your hands and singing, when anything that you don't like happens to you, if that is worthwhile, have you got any school where we can learn how to sing when we get these tatters? Nor is there singing school, but studying, you must be able to study monuments of its own magnificence. You study a monument of its own magnificence. The soul must study. There is no school. There are only examples. There are only ideas. There are only persons. There are only phenomena of magnificence. So the soul's magnificence. How magnificent can a human soul be if you are able to study that and learn from that? Then old age is worthwhile. Then every tatter is a lesson in fortitude, in sadhana, it is a step towards God. That is what Yeats has got to say. And what greater monument of magnificence of the soul can we have than Baba himself? So I always congratulate myself that though I am old and a tattered coat upon a stick, I have been able to clap my hands and sing whenever tatter happens on my coat. And how did I learn to sing? The school, studying the monument of its magnificence. Here is a magnificent monument of soul inspiration. And because fate has, or rather Baba has drawn me near him, I've been able to study that magnificence. And I'm putting up with all the tatters, because it is not a tatter, but it is a pat on the back. It is a pinch in the cheek. a loving reminder of the existence of the parent when the mother twitches your cheek. Well, pains, but comfortable, reassuring. Now, Baba is unique in that respect. That is why we say he is an avatar. He is not a teacher, he is not a prophet, he is not a... Many people ask me, what does Swami say about the disarmament talks that are going to happen between Reagan, between Gromyko and Schultz next month? What is he? He's not an astrologer. Don't ask me about. He has come for certain purposes, for which we must be thankful if we are instruments. Now, what are the purposes for which he has come? He has announced why this avatar has happened. Probably when he was addressing a vast audience, packed audience, in the Poornachandra auditorium some years ago, he must have felt the yearning in the minds of the people who were before him. You know, before he addresses the audience, he gets down, moves among them, goes all round the whole place, and what he probably does, because he need not, but what he probably does is to get the sense, to sense the uppermost thought that activates the people who are sitting there. And probably when he went that day, he must have felt some yearning that some people had very prominently in their minds as to why is he called Avatar? Why has God come down among men? How does he believe that it is possible for him to do his work with us as his instruments. It takes a great deal of courage to believe that you and I can be instruments in his work, that we can be molded. We have resisted molding all these years, and we have insisted upon our own peculiarities and idiosyncrasies and prejudices. And here comes a phenomenon who says, come along, I'll make you messengers of my mission, messengers of my purpose. God alone can have that faith. Anyway, that day he announced some of the purposes for which he has come. And because I'll read the Telugu so that at least you can hear Telugu. Yugadharma paddhatul vigalitamai nayamargamuna trippi nadapu koraku. Koraku means for this purpose, and you get a series of korakus. For this, for this, for this, for this. The first one is Yuga Dharma Paddhatu. Every yuga, or every stage in human history, every era, so to say, has got its own problems. And they have got to be met by a set of reactions and responses. And they have got to be suffered and sustained and corrected by certain new approaches. Every new situation requires a new approach. And we have got this present age is what is called the Kali Yuga in Indian scriptures. Or it may be, as Swami Vivekananda has said, we have got first in human history, we have got the Brahmin as the predominant maker of the times. That is to say, theological. That is to say, the priest. That is to say, the medicine man and the druid and other. The religious person was considered as the example, the exemplar, the leader, and everything according to him. Theocratic, you can say. That is the Brahmin age. Then you got the Kshatriya age, the warriors, the great conquerors, Alexander and others, trying to eat up the earth more and more. Earth hunger. And riding over boundaries of kingdoms, slaughtering Attila the Hun, Timur Lane, people who spread terror and fear, and in their pride and their greed, the Kshatriyas. Then we have got the Vaishyas, the merchant group, those who go from continent to continent. Trade follows the flag. The traders, the hunters of markets, those who want to dump their products upon unwilling people, try to multiply their wants by means of advertisements. It's not a question of demand and supply, but we supply and you demand it. You have got to demand it. We'll make you demand it. We'll make you feel that without this, life is not worthwhile. And therefore, and we'll give it to you by installments. You don't want it by totally. So we all live on installments now. That is the Vaishya, the traders, the multinationals, all those who want to spread their tentacles all over the world in search of profit, in search of trade, and to protect the trader, the others. That is one stage. The last stage, the present stage, is the Shudra, that is to say the worker, the laborer, the farmer, their trade unions, their strikes, their demand for something more. They are able to move governments. They are able to decide the fate of nations. The common man has become a very uncommon man now, because his hunger is increasing. His level of standard of life has got to be as high as the highest of the country. So this is the age of the Shudra, as Vivekananda has said. And therefore, every age has got a new dharma. And Swami says, I have come when the dharma of this particular age, of this particular situation in the world, has become weak. People don't know what exactly is the moral code, the method of life, the ideal of life that must be placed before the community or the society for this particular age. And because they don't know it, I have come in order to tell them about the special, what is right at the present moment for the present situation. And he says, Nayamargamuna trippi nadapukoru. And tell them, not as the previous avatars. Rama came with a bow and arrows, inexhaustible arrows. And when the sea refused to give place for him to build a bridge across to the island in which his wife had been kidnapped, he drew the thing and said, come on, I'll dry you up. And the poor sea came and said, excuse me, I will yield. But then the trouble was, he had put the arrow upon the bow. And it can't be wasted. It must be released. You can't put the arrow back again into the quiver. It has got to be operated. So Rama said, what am I to do? You have now yielded. And then he just, it seems, he shot it back and it fell in the Ran of Kutch. We have got in Gujarat, between Gujarat and Pakistan, a long area of the sea coast which is more slush and which is not deep, which is not navigable, and which is full of all kinds of marshy area and bogged with slush and all that. A huge area is there, and that was the place where this arrow fell. So drying up that ocean there, it has got to be dried up. So that is the determination of Rama. So Rama had a bow. Krishna had various other instruments, but Swami has come with a smile. That is the weapon with which he conquers. So Nayamargamuna, I want to instruct people in the code of morals that they have got to observe to improve the present situation softly and sweetly. Nayamargamuna, by good words. That's why Swami said, I am a teacher. There's another poem in which he recited, in which he said, I am a Satyabodhaka, I am a teacher of truth. He has come as a teacher. And he teaches so softly and sweetly, because we are all pupils, and the teacher can't deal cruelly with us, because he will run away. And so he has got to get us all together and smile upon us, a cool moonlight, so that we will imbibe also more. If you create fear, then you will run away, and you won't learn lessons. So it is, Swami has said that he is treating us, he is giving us his message like the mother feeding the child. And the Indian mothers, they have got a method of feeding the child. I am not a mother, but I have been fed like that, and so I can say how they do it. They take the, say, little rice and milk or curds mixed together nicely, and then they carry the child upon the hip, and then they have the thing, and then they feed the child as they move around the garden or the house. But the child refuses to eat. It will shake its head and say no. So Swami once demonstrated on the platform how he was feeding the child. That is how he is feeding us. The mother will say, look at that crow. And the crow says, ka, ka, ka. And the child says, ka. So draw its attention somewhere else. Make it feel that it is not being fed at all. Make it feel that it is a very pleasant thing. In the intervals between a story and another, he tells a story, he sings a song, he sings a bhajan. By all these methods, your attention is distracted. Meanwhile, you are being given the most sustaining type of food. So, nayamargamuna trippi. So, Swami points out that I am not like the other avatars who came armed to kill, but he has come to deal with you softly and sweetly. That is the first purpose for which he has come. Because each age requires a new teacher. The old lesson, no doubt, but you've got more teaching aids now. And the method of teaching also is different. In the old days when I was a student of the schools, the teacher was armed with a cane. A cane. That was the teaching aid. And if you've got a school as your neighboring building, then you can hear the swish of the cane over the backs of all the students. Isn't it? Swami says that when he was in this village school, everybody who comes late to class, late to school, first, all right. Second, all right. Third, all right. The fourth will be punished with 4 beatings by the cane. Fifth, 5. Six. And if you don't answer a question in class, he will be made to stand, and he who is able to answer the question has got the privilege of giving a slap on the cheeks. They will all be made to stand in a line, And the fellow who is intelligent enough to answer the question will be able to beat the slaps, may slap the cheeks of all the other boys. And Swami always had that privilege. But Swami says, how could I beat those children? How could I slap those innocent fellows? Simply because they don't know the answer to a question, to be beaten like that. So Swami always, he beats, of course, slaps, but it will be so smooth. It will be like applying cream. And the teacher will be watching the vigor and the power with which he is slapping. And Swami says, because his heart won't allow him to give a strong slap to the cheeks of his own classmates and boys of the same village. So he will say, come along, I'll tell you, I'll show you how to beat those fellows. Come here. And Swami was given slaps on the cheek by the teacher. Beat them like that. And he used to suffer that. That was the punishment. So, in the old avatars, armed to kill. This avatar, Nayamargavuna Trippi, change their behavior, change their conduct by simple, soft, sweet means. That is one koraku. You know, remember what's meant by koraku? For this. Second koraku. Lokamul kalilo kallolamai chediyunda nishkalmashamu chesi nilupu koraku. Now, the world, Swami is speaking about the world. The world has become full of kalaha, that is full of factions, and therefore restless. This is the age of anxiety, the age of fear, the age of sleeplessness, the age of sleeping pills. Otherwise you won't get sleep. There's a restlessness and anxiety on account of factions. He makes a pun upon that. This is called Kali Yuga. The Swami says it is Kalaha Yuga. Kalaha means factions, parties, fighting. The world has become ruined by these factions. Therefore, and why does it happen? Because the heart is polluted. Pollution of the heart. So in order to remove the pollution in men's hearts, which reduces them to this ridiculous position of dividing themselves into factions and fighting. That is another purpose for which I have come. That is, what is the balm with which he is going to remove this pollution of the heart, the spreading of the message of love. Love is the balm. Love your neighbor, because the neighbor is yourself. Not love thy neighbor as thyself. Love thy neighbor, because you are your neighbor. You are your neighbor. He is not different from you. Your life depends upon your neighbor. If his child gets measles, your child will get it tomorrow. If he cultivates hatred, that vibration will affect you also. So unless he is a good man, you can't be a good man. Unless his family is healthy, your family can't be healthy. You are bound together. You are your neighbor. And therefore, and also philosophically and scripture, and according to scriptures, all are the same. All are parts of the one. So, in order to remove these factions that are creating anxiety at the present time in the world, I have come in order to remove the pollution of the heart. You must have heard this statement, war is made in the minds of men. So in the minds of men are polluted. And that pollution is to be removed by the balm of love. And I have come for that. Then, a third purpose, good men. Durmarga badhulai krungi deenatanundu sadhu samrakshana salapu koraku. I am reading that because you won't be satisfied unless I read that koraku. There must be one more koraku coming. What happens is, good men, there are good men. And these people suffer because they are surrounded by bad men, surrounded by wickedness. Poor fellows, they can't even breathe. They suffocate in this atmosphere. They are so few. And the flood of hatred threatens to carry them off their feet. So they are saying, oh God, is there no one to save us? Is this our fate, that we are born in this place, that we are grouped as this group or that group? Have we no help? Is there no Savior? Is there no God? So good men everywhere are clamoring for support or crying out for somebody saving them. And I have come in order to assure them that they will get succor, that they need not despair, that there is someone who is interested in their welfare. You know, there is individual good men. I must have told some of you at least a story of a student, a girl student in San Diego, living in the international house attached to San Diego University. And the lady in charge, Muriel Engels, had written to me this story of somebody living in the 10th floor or so, alone in one room. The whole building was occupied by students from various nations, and she was one. And she suffered from arthritis. And at about 10 o'clock one night, when everybody had gone to sleep, 10 or 11, she got tremendous pain. And she said, she shouted for help. Is there no one? Is there no one to help me? Anyone? Come, anyone come for my help. Anyone. You see, she shouted like that because she didn't know who the next room or this room or the top flat or the ground flat, didn't know them. And so she simply called on anyone. Here is a innocent student, helpless girl, shouting for help. Anyone. Is there no one? Anyone. If you have got no one, this is the one. And Muriel Angels wrote to me, the door was bolted, she was on their bed, crying in agony, and Swami walked in. She didn't know anything about Swami. Red robed, afro hair. That is the signature tune. Inimitable. Swami walked in. She says, a red-robed person came and stood by my bed and said, "Why do you shout so loud?" That is remarkable. To call on Swami, you need not shout loud. You can even whisper. You can even pray in the silence of your heart. Imagine the situation. Why do you shout so loud? And what did she shout for? Anyone. And here is the one. And Baba, it seems, and created Vibhuti and applied it to her forehead and then patted her as a mother pats a child to go to sleep. And she had no pain and she slept off and he disappeared. Next morning, she went to Muriel Angels, the director of that institute, international hostel, and said, "Look here, last night when I shouted like this, some guy what a word, that guy. Walked in and he put something on my forehead and I slept. And Muriel looked at it. Ah, that is Vibhuti and it is Sai Baba. Did he have an orange gown? Yes. And yes, quite big. That is what happens. So in this Koraku, what does he say? When good men surrounded by the wicked cry out for God, cry out for help in order to protect them and save them. That is one of the purposes for which I have come. So the last line is Avatarinchenu, avatar, I have come down. Avatarinchenu, Achyutudu, I am Achyuta. Achyuta is one of the names of God in Sanskrit. It means he who is not diminishable. He doesn't suffer diminution. Unchanging, permanent, eternal. That is Achyutudu. Avatarinchinu, Achyutudu, Parthiyandu. Parthi is Puttaparthi. So this Achyuta has taken avatar at Parthi. Vasudevakya. I am the very person who is known in the Bhagavatam as Vasudeva. Vasudevakya Sri Hari Vasudha Shauri. That is how it ends. For this purpose, Achyuta, that is the unchanging divinity, has taken shape and is born in Parthi. Now, this is another purpose, to save good men from damnation. Then, another, which is a very rare purpose. These other avatars have said all these, or we can attribute all these, that to teach the dharma that must be followed in a particular situation to remove the pollution that affects people's minds and creates disaster in the world, to protect the good. All these three is all right. The fourth one is unique so far as Baba is concerned, and that is Bhashyartha Guptamul Paluku Koraku Kala Sandigdha Nigraha Suktulai Undu Bhashyartha Guptamul Paluku Koraku. On account of the passage of time and the multiplicity of commentaries, person, when he makes a commentary, you know the big quarrel that has divided Christianity into saying, was Christ and the Father of the same essence, or are they of different essences? You see, essentially, is the Son essentially the Father, or different? So there was a big council of Nicaea. All the bishops joined together, and somebody said, yes, they are the same. He who makes any difference between the Father and the Son is an outcast. The others said, no, how can the Son be the same as the Father? There must be little difference. And so it all depends on a diphthong, they say. Now, factions, grammarians come and spoil the whole thing. Linguists. So each commentator, the trouble is, even with all research, even in science, what happens is you discover what you want to discover. You see what you would like to see. And therefore Swami has once said, you must investigate into the process of investigation itself. Because the process of investigation, you are led to certain conclusions which are very pleasing to you. Because it is unpleasant, you won't look that side. You will avoid it and try to overcome it. So, commentators have confused. The original words are simple, but they have been made complex by these commentators who try to introduce into it all their scholarships. And therefore, scriptures have lost their pure original meaning. I have come to reveal the original meaning, the inner significance of all the scriptures. This is something new so far as Swami is concerned, because the world outlook itself is new. And then the usual purpose of all avatars. You saw in that drama the other day, Christmas drama, Mother Earth coming, a little child, and coming and complaining, oh, the world is ruined, God, you must come again. And then all the series started. So that child coming with so much of agony and falling at the feet of the Lord of the world and saying, you must save. I can't bear this burden. It seems it is the burden. A wicked man is heavier than a good man. And therefore, on account of wickedness and cruelty and factions and hatred, I can't bear this burden. Please remove this burden. That is the cry. And Swami says, I have come in order to save the earth from the burden which she is suffering from. Now, Rama also came for that purpose. And how did he remove the burden? Krishna also. Swami, how does he remove the burden? The weight that the earth is carrying? Well, I have got an explanation. He cuts us down to size. Therefore, weight is reduced. Of course, Swami doesn't like fat people. That's the first advice by ridicule and by laughter, and he tries to reduce our sizes. Eat less. He doesn't like fat people because they are burden upon the earth. And another thing is swelled heads. Pricks, swelled heads. Will this happen? So there was a big officer, VIP, who was coming from somewhere 300 miles off, the south of India. And he wrote to me a letter. Not only a letter, but he sent me his program. Arrival at Bangalore, as if I must begin to shiver when he comes to Bangalore. Arrival at Bangalore 8:30. And then by car he comes to Penukonda, 20 miles off. Arrival at Penukonda. So I must dress myself up in his nightie and collect all the good adjectives that I know so that I may welcome him and give him a warm handshake when he comes here. And then arrival at Prasanthi Nilayam. And the big man comes. And he came. And he came in his car. And he looked around. Nobody had anticipated his coming. Where is that Kasturi to whom I Then he thought that there was nobody here. But they were all sitting, hundreds of people, silently. So he came in. And Swami called him into the interview room. He and his wife. And he said, "You came, three of you. Where is the other person?" "No, Swami, only myself and my wife." "No, there was a third person." "Yes, oh, he is a chokra. He's a boy who, you see, when we came in the car, if we go to a hotel or something, we wanted someone to be looking after the car. So a boy, he's a boy that we got, a servant boy. He's a chokra. Huh? Should he not see me? Go and get the chokra. And poor fellow, I was sitting in the veranda and he wanted to tell me to bring the chokra. Because he was always used to command somebody to do his work for him. And he ran all round the place. The chokra was in some tea shop. And unless he brought the chokra, Swami did not give him into swelled head. There's another case. Somebody from Madras, state president of Madras, came to Bangalore. His wife's sister was in Bangalore. So they came over here. The two sisters, ladies going alone in a car from Bangalore to this place, must have some mail. So they asked the gardener, "Hey gardener, we are going to Puttaparthi. Are you coming?" No. He was so happy because he had peeped through the window when Swami had gone to their house and he had touched the ground upon which he had placed his feet, and he was so devoted that he said, all right, I'll come in 1 hour. So he went to some Dobie's place, got freshly washed clothes of somebody, and that's what they do. That's what they do in a hurry. So he dressed himself nicely and college. He came. They said, where are you going? Puttaparthi. I am coming. So the son came, and the poor fellow with the borrowed clothes was left at Bangalore. Swami was just passing this way to some place, and the car came and they got down, and then they asked Swami why they have come, and Swami asked them, and then they said yes. Oh, that's all right. So the problem was solved as soon as they got down from the car, and they simply went back. Swami went round to the women's side and asked Dr. Jayalakshmi, where are those people who came from Bangalore? Where are they? Well, they have left. Where are they? The Dr. Sundar's people? And Dr. Jayalakshmi, she is a good volunteer. She ran about all around the place and found that they were not there. They had come and gone. So she sent a telegram. Baba wants you, asked for you. They had to start again for Puttaparthi. And the son said, no, I can't come, I can't give up college for 2 days. The other day I came, today I am not coming. So they said, gardener, come today. Meanwhile he had returned those clothes and he had to get another set. And he came. And then Baba said, you disappointed. He came round to the women and said, I wanted you back because you disappointed the gardener that day. I won't call you today. I'll call you only the gardener. Why did you disappoint him? Poor fellow, he was so anxious to come that day, and you brought your son instead. That is Baba. So, that is pricking the swollen head. So Baba reduces the burden of birth by cutting people to size and pricking swollen heads and making everyone as heavy as they ought to be, nothing more. Then there is another statement that Swami makes. I have come in order to fulfill the promise that I made during the Rama avatar. During the Rama avatar, he had made a promise, and I have come to fulfill that. Now that was a problem for us. The whole Ramayana doesn't mention any promise that Rama had made. And Swami says, I have come for this, for this, for this, for this, and for fulfilling the promise I made during the Rama avatar. So a number of us put our heads together, but no spark of illumination came. So we went on a deputation to Swami himself and said, Swami, what is the promise you made in the Treta Yuga? Treta Yosagina Korkelu Tirchukoraku. In the Treta Yuga, I have made some promise, and in order to fulfill that I have come. What is the promise you made during the Rama avatar, Swami? Say, during Rama avatar, was in the battle. Many Rakshasas were killed. Almost all the Rakshasas were killed. The vow was, the promise was, I'll make the world free from Rakshasas. Rakshasa I'll make the world. So yes, the whole lot of them. And it seems one or two who remained, they prayed to Rama, what is to happen to all these people? You have saved monkeys and bears, animals. But are these demons, Rakshasas, so bad that they are to be damned for eternity? Is there no hope for them? And then Swami said, it seems, come during Kali Yuga. Of course, you keep it confidential. That is the secret to the whole affair. And Swami also said, it seems, these Rakshasas have been so wicked. Usually, in our scriptures, the rishis were saved by simple sight. Rama passed through the forest, they all saw him and they were saved. And the Krishna avatar, the gopis, the cowherds, boys and girls, men and women, were saved by the touch. And he told these Rakshasas, you can't be saved by mere sight. You can't be saved by mere touch. You must have a triple cure. Darshan, sparshan, sambhashan. You must hear my words. So you must take something in, you must apply something for the skin, and you must also follow a certain regimen of diet. And I come during Kali Yuga, I am also coming to Puttaparthi. And I will give you all three. You can see me, you can touch me, you can hear my voice. And all three together will save you. That is the promise I gave, and that's why I have come, and that is why ye have also come. Doesn't matter. You were Rakshasas in some previous life. We must thank ourselves for it, because they are able to come, because he has drawn us near. Let us not be sorry that we were Rakshasas sometime. That is past. And Swami says, past is past. Don't worry over it. Don't look back at the road by which you have come. We have come through the Rakshasa road. Doesn't matter. But where are we now? Let us be happy over that. Jai Sai Baba. is also, see, each one of us is composed of 5 sheaths, and the real core is beyond these 5 sheaths, 5 cases. Swami would say we are having a raincoat and a coat and a shirt and a banian, underwear and all that kind of thing. And the real man, the real person is inside all this. So also we have what is called the food body, created by the food that we eat, the material body, the Annamaya Kosha as it is called. And then we have the breath, and then we have got the mind, and then we have got the intellect, and then we have got the inner spring of joy. And even that has got to be transcended in order to realize the real core. Because in the real reality that is we, there is neither joy nor sorrow. You must transcend joy and sorrow. So you must transcend even joy. That is the real core. Now this Om, it takes up at the physical stage, the body, the food stage, and then it goes through the mind, the breath and the mind and the intellect and the Ananda. So that when you come to the final intonation or hum in which it ends, we have come to the Ananda stage. And then the silence that follows, even that hum is the real thing. In that silence we will have to discover, in that silence resides divinity, our real divinity. So this Om has got a number of meanings like that. And that is why the essence of all philosophy and thought and spiritual practice is this sound Om. And that's why it is written in a number of scripts on this Gopura. The full moon hall, the Poornachandra auditorium, the full moon hall where all the gods that ever man adored do congregate to witness him. You will see under every pillar in that Poornachandra auditorium some form of God sitting, petrified of course, sitting, as if sitting, waiting for Baba to come, for the avatar to come. Because they know the avatar, because they are all forms of God whom men have adored for centuries. And they are curious to know who is this divine personality that the world is now adoring. So they're all waiting, each one already appropriating a pillar for himself or herself and awaiting the chance. That is what it appears to me. The full moon hall where all the gods that ever man adored do congregate to witness him. The pillar proclaims what he has come to teach. All faiths are facets of the truth. You can kneel or turn a wheel, guess him formless or with form, or see him, serve him in man and beast and plant. You can even worship a plant, a tulsi or a tree, as they do near that other gate. You've got a tree there which is worshipped. We say Vishnu resides in your trunk, Brahma resides in your root, Shiva resides in your fruit. So we invoke all, they do that. God is really in the tree. Without God the tree can't grow. God resides in the worm. God resides in the microbe. God resides in the virus. God resides everywhere. Man, bird, beast, tree, plant. And therefore you can serve him in a plant or in a tree or in a bird. Sai is the journey's end, whichever path you tread. He is the guide, the God, the goal. The Nilayam is the lab where the alchemist turns leaden hearts to Bangaru. Formerly the alchemist used to convert lead into gold. Bangaru is gold. And Baba's fondest expression is Bangaru, so far as we are concerned. Once it happened that I got into some trouble. Excuse me, keep it confidential, please. Something happened, and Baba wanted to teach me a lesson, and therefore he didn't keep me away, but he didn't notice me or talk to me or recognize me at all as being alive and before him. Now that is the worst punishment that you can have, the worst test, the hottest crucible into which you can be put. You are there right before him, standing near the wall, and as if you are simply brick and mortar and nothing else. And he will pass up and down a number of times, and you may plead, Swami, 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 a number of times, but he is deaf to all your appeals. Like that it went on for about 10 days, 12 days, and it was a terrible experience. And then one day, when I couldn't bear it any longer, so I broke down, and then Swami said, what is all this? There's nothing. Go. That was something. So of course, Swami said, there's nothing. Why are you worrying like this? No, nothing. Go. Go, he said. Now, of course, it was satisfactory. At last he had spoken to me, recognized me, and said at least some things, but I wasn't quite pleased. Anyway, I got down the steps and bhajan was going on, so I moved right up to this Gopuram, because there was no Gopuram then, but came up so far as that, and then I poured out all my sorrow through my eyes, and then I went back. And Baba had not yet finished the bhajan and gone up. So I somehow smuggled myself into that room, what is called the interview room, so that when he comes and tries to go up, he could see me once again with a melancholy face. But he didn't notice me at all. He simply went up and I followed him, the steps. Then I stood before him. And then he was surprised that this fellow is still having a melancholy face. I had spoken to him and I asked him to go. Why is he coming up again? So he said, why? What's the matter? Why again? Why still? Then I said, Swami, you didn't pat me on the back and say Bangaru. Bangaru means cancelling of all that has happened. New chapter. And Swami took compassion on me. And he said, come here. And then a big whack on my back. And, Bangaru. And Bangaru. So that Bangaru is a word that we long to earn from him. So leaden hearts, my heart for example, he turns leaden hearts into Bangaru. It is an ashram where the Sadguru brings back to life the drooping and the dead. Because many of us are dead. Dead to generosity, dead to love, dead to compassion. We are alive, of course, but we are dead to the clamor of the poor, to the groans of the sick. We are dead. We don't hear. Or the drooping and the dead. These people, his palm we know has the balm. His palm has the balm for the drooping and the dead. It is a workshop. It is a laboratory. This is an ashram. This is a workshop where he sets aright all broken hearts. They come here and he sets aright and mends the damaged mind. It is a school. That is why the school became a university. It started as a school. And even now the university is a part of this school. It's an extension of this school. It's a school where we learn a few more D's. In the alphabet we have got only one D. But Baba teaches us 3 D's. Duty, devotion and discipline. 3 D's. So when we come to A, B, C, D, then Swami says, no, wait, there are 2 more D's. 3 D's in this alphabet, in this school. And extra F's. You've got 4 F's here in Atmic alphabet, where arithmetic is upside down. In this school, you learn arithmetic upside down, where 3 minus 1 is 1. That is, Swami says, you've got man and the creation or nature and God. Now this creation and nature is only an extension of our mind. It is our mind that has conceived of all this. Mentalism it is called. And when you remove the creation, the illusion of the world, there is only God. And who is God? That is also your creation. You are part of God. I am God and you are God. So you are in me and I am in you. So there is only one. So 3 minus 1, if you take away the creation, you become only 1. A big metaphysical arithmetic. And I plus I plus I plus I plus 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 plus. All of you, each one of you calls yourself I. Now all these I plus 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 and I plus I plus I plus I add up to single I. Not 4 or 40 or 50. All are parts of God, therefore, that is the arithmetic that we learn here. Now, of course, these are for people who are coming for the first time. Take your seat on the darshan line and fold your palms and minds. You've got to fold not only the palms, that is physical exercise. 1, 2. 1, 2. Physical exercise. Fold your minds. Folding the palm is the indication. These are the 5 sense organs and these are the 5 organs of action, organs of perception. And these 5 put together and offered to whatever we receive through the senses, whatever we act through the organs of action, we offer to you. That is why Baba says these minds are folded, not merely palms. Bid adieu, when you sit in the darshan line, bid adieu to hate and pride, farewell to envy, greed. Picture his lovely form and pray for darshan, sparshan, touching and sambhashan, that he might utter a word or 2 to you. 3 blessings he has come to give. But Swami says that these 3 blessings, seeing, touching
and hearing his voice. He has come to give that. So there is a whole story which he tells us. During the days of Rama, he killed a large number of demons, poor things. And at last they clamored and said, "What is, you have destroyed our lives, and we have only obeyed our master Ravana, and we fought for him so loyally, and he died in your hands. So what is going to happen to us? You must save us now." And then it seems Rama said, of course it's all a joke, more or less. Swami enjoys jokes. So he said to those demons, you come during the Kali age, I will be coming. And it is at that invitation that we have all come. And you will be saved then. You require, it seems he told those demons, you require triple treatment. Some rishis and others, they simply had darshan and they were saved. Some had sparshan and they were saved. Some heard the voice and they were saved. But you are such a deep-rooted wickedness in you that come at that time. And I'll give you all three: internal medicine, external application, and control of diet and other things. So these three he has come to give. In one poem that he sang before one of his discourses, he mentioned this. I have come because I have promised the demons that I will save them again. Anyway, it is good that we don't remember our past. Forgetting is a great gift given by God to us. And then, lo, there he is, the orange robe, the flash, the flame, the fragrant breeze, sunlit, halo hair, fulfillment of every golden dream, all the gods in Sai form, grace, majesty, joy and charm. This is Shiva Shakti, Krishna, Ram, Jehovah, Buddha, Jesus Christ. Clasp those lotus feet. Hold the softness of the touch. It will keep you soft forevermore. His feet are so soft. Hold the softness of the touch. You touch it, it is so soft. Don't allow it to, that feeling of softness, don't allow it to escape you. Hold on to it. Keep it in your heart. Then what will happen to your heart? It will soften your heart also. It will keep you soft forevermore. You won't be a hard-hearted person. Once you feel the softness of those feet. That's why he attaches so much importance to sparshan, the touch. Very often he comes before a person and says, Chesko. All right, have it. So he offers the feet so that you might get soft in the heart. Watch. His finger bids you rise, bids you wake. Because you are dozing. Even though you may be alert, it is dozing that you are doing. You are not fully alert. You are not fully alert. You are simply intoxicated with worldly things. You are not alert to your responsibility, alert to your duty. You don't awake to your real self. The call is there. You are not awake. You don't hear it. That's why in the Upanishads it is said, Uttishta, get up, Jagrata, awake, and go to the person who will lead you. So watch, his finger bids you wake. You are chosen. You are chosen. Swami is going to give you the interview. You are chosen, dear child. Follow him. Blessed is the day, the hour. You will be born anew. What is going to happen to you is, you will be born anew. Up to this moment, you had some type of life. A new life is going to begin for you. You will be born anew, and who you are, and then what happens inside the interview room? There is a kind of the workshop. You have entered the workshop, and Swami says you come here merely as a kind of a vintage car, very much damaged, won't proceed at all. And Swami says, I'll change the engine, I'll change the brake. Brake we haven't got at all. Somebody complained, what, your brake is not working, but that doesn't matter, I've got a good horn. Most of us operate only on horns and no brake. So this workshop, he puts the brake, he puts everything else, and then he fills all the tires and makes the spring quite all right and the balance, and then paints new, and then it moves out of the workshop fresh, new, capable of journeying throughout life happily and without any danger. That's once what he explained his role to be. So let us see what happens to us when we go and yield ourselves to him. He spring cleans the junk that clutters the brain, and who you are and why is clear in the light. He dots his Vibhuti on Ajna spot. This is according to yoga, very important place in the Kundalini yoga. Ajna Chakra it is called. It is the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief who gives all the orders for the spiritual powers to arouse. And he touches that and puts himself on it. That is to say, his Vibhuti, which is himself. Unveils the eye. Unveils the eye. We have all got veils in the eye. And our eyes sees people as different. We see only the color, we see only the religion, we see only the economic condition, we see only the poverty, we see people as different. Your eye has got to be cured. Unveils the eye, afflicted with multiple sight. Our eyes have got multiple sight. They have got the unified sight. No, multiple. They see people as different, distinct, apart, afar. He laughs. He laughs. Who else has got the right to laugh? Because we are all such absurdities going around. He laughs to find you deaf. Though the ear is near and clear. Deaf to what? To the mantram of the nose. You see, the nose is repeating a mantram. That's the purpose of the nose. Not to poke into other people's affairs. The breath, so to say, not the nose, of course, is a breathing instrument. And it utters a mantram. When he breathes in, so hum, so hum, so hum. That is the mantram that the nose repeats. He I. He, I. He, I. He, I. He, I. Soham. This Om is only a purification of that Soham. Soham, that is the mantra. And what does it mean? I am not Kasturi, I am he. I am not Mr. Harvey, I am he. No, don't identify me with the label that somebody has attached to this mass of vegetarian or non-vegetarian flesh that I carry. No, I am not this, I am he, I am he, I have come from him, I must go back to him, I am he, I am he. No, you are a professor, no, I am he. You are a miserable chap, no, I am he. You are a beggar, you are a beggar, no, I am he. You are an emperor, no, I am he. Everyone is he. Soham, soham. Don't lower me, don't dishonor me, don't devalue me. That is the mantra that with which the child arrives. The first breath of the child, the last breath of the man who dies, even when a man is murdering another, suppose a man is engaged in suffocating and killing another, the breath goes on repeating even at that time, hello, what are you doing? You are he, you are he. In the night, deep sleep, you don't know who you are, you don't know where you are, but the breath is teaching you this lesson from birth to death. It has been telling you, I am he, I am he, I must be worthy of him, I must reach him, I must go back to him, I am sorry I came away from him. That is the message. And Baba says, what is this? I have kept the ear so near the nose so that it can hear. To the mantra of the nose, the breath, soham, soham, I am he, I am he. And you are not hearing it. Then he examines the tongue. Every doctor examines the tongue. Put out your tongue. And then we put it out, it is so long. The mouth can't contain it. Examines the tongue so thick with spite. And it's such thickness, overgrowth upon the tongue. Spite. Spite against others. Thick with spite. Prescribes a mixture of dhyan and jap to cure the tongue. He gives the throat the achyut touch. They say throat touch, some syrup of achyuts, that is to say God, and binds the lips with a not so much. To every person he says, no, not so much. Don't talk so much. Don't talk so much. He doesn't say don't talk at all, but not so much. You say I speak only, say 20 words per minute. No, not so much. The other person says I speak 200 words a minute. Not so much. Not so much. Try to reduce it. 10 words a minute, not so much. Even that is too much, so not so much. He gives the armor to the covered chest, and with a twinkle of an eye, he wills away your wayward ways. So you come out of the interview room, prepared like this, and ready for speedier, safer journey. He answers every anguish call, the SOS from shipwrecked passengers, shipwrecked voyagers. Now it doesn't mean that it's only when you get into the interview room that you can contact him. Anywhere. He answers every anguish call, the SOS. Save, oh Sai, that is the SOS. If you look in the dictionary, you will find save our souls. That is the last emergency call that every ship has got to make in order to call other people to help. But this is save, oh Sai, save, oh Sai. from shipwrecked voyagers. All of us are voyaging in the ocean of worldly life, and we are shipwrecked, and we say, Sai, whatever the hour, however faint the cry, Sai need not travel far, he is ever at your door. By your side, behind, before. So Swami says, in Telugu it is very pleasant to hear him say that. Jentane, ventane, intane, kantane untan. How we would like him to say that and hear it. Jentane, ventane, kantane untan. Intane, I forgot. So, Jentane, that is, I'll be with you jointly. Joint and jenta. I'll be ventane, behind you. Intane, I'll be in your house. Kantane, I'll be right before your eyes. Untanu, I will be always. So I am before you, beside you, behind you, before your eyes, in your home. You bolt your door and say, there is now nobody to disturb me, but he is there to disturb you. In infinite grace, he makes us aware of the melody vibrant in the stone. The melody vibrant in the stone. A stone is not simply a stone. Sermons in stones, and books and running brooks. Every stone has got a sermon. Every stone is vibrating with the divine power. And you know the story. He wanted a geologist to pick up a stone, a rock, and he said, what does it contain? And he began to give a lecture on geology, on petrology, and what it contained. And then he said, no. What is, he said it contains some silicon and this and that. What is silicon? And then he said, yes, silicon is a bundle of molecules and atoms, silicon atom. And what is an atom? It contains, of course, some nucleon or neutron or proton or meson, or they have not yet discovered how many more things there are there. And then he said, no. And what is inside that? What is inside that? I can go only as far as that. And then Swami, and then there was Krishna with the flute. So this melody vibrant in the stone. Every stone sings the glory of God. Flute. Krishna's flute. If only you have got the ear, place every stone in your ear and you will hear Krishna's flute. You will hear the Lord's melody in your ear. As a matter of fact, when he was a little boy, Swami, some people, of course he was talking of Krishna, and some people, do you want to hear Krishna's flute? Swami said. And then he said, come, lay your head on my chest, your ear, paste your ear on my chest. And they heard Krishna's flute. The mother heard the Krishna's flute, placing her head on the son's chest. So in infinite grace he makes us aware of the cross that bleeds in every blade. Every blade of grass has got its crucifixion, has got its resurrection. It is crucified when it fades. It is resurrected when it becomes green again. And you know the story of Hyslop's cross, given by simply putting together two blades of grass. He showers the holy ash, his signs and wonders, in all his million homes. Don't think it is your home. In all his million homes, wherever he shows a sign or wonder, it is his home, not your home. Some people ask Swami, you must, when you come to Delhi, you must come to my place. Oh, You have got a place? Is that your place? No, Swami, it is, excuse me, it is our place. Oh, half and half. No, Swami, it is your place. Then why should you invite me? What right have you to invite me to my place? That is what Swami says. So every home is his home. In his million homes, this is my calling card, he says. I am yours, I am yours, I am yours. His hands and feet, his eye and voice, they girdle the cosmic sphere. Then, why need we hurry and scurry from east to west and west to east, over hill and dale and sea and sand, in search of the lotus feet? They are here, within reach of every longing hand. Longing hand. That doesn't mean that your hand must become long. Your mind must long. As a matter of fact, once, Swami, some person will call for the interview room. And then he was just about to leave. And then he said, he was doing namaskar, touching his feet. Then he said, anyway, now that you are here, take the measurement and go. Measurement? Yes. See, you find out the space which is required for me to stand between the 2 feet. How much space is required for me to stand comfortably? You measure and then go. Why, Swami? What do you do in your shrine room? You put your hands too close and then you pray, Swami, come before me so that I can touch your feet. And you keep your hands so close. And it is difficult for me to stand at that space. Swami said that. How can I stand in that limited space that you give between? I can't stand upon your hands. I don't want to hurt you. So you please keep your hands as apart as necessary. So take the measurement and go. Now, if Swami is going to give you the touch of his feet, wherever you are, why hurry and scurry from east to west and west to east, over hill and dale and sea and sand in search of the lotus feet? They are here, within reach of every longing hand. Did he not sing the first ever song? Manasa bhajare Guru Charan. Worship the feet of the Guru in your mind. Let us install them in the inmost shrine, those feet, and pray, Sai, my Lord, grant me the vision of thy kingdom within me. Grant me the vision of thy kingdom within me. Assign me the work that is worship for thee. Whatever work is worship for thee. And what work shall I do as worship for thee? I remember I was a professor in the university and I was to retire within about 3 months. So I went in search of Swami and he was somewhere in Madras. So I went there and told him, Swami, 3 months more this service in the university. Afterwards, I come to you, your service. And he said, what? I thought you were a wise chap, reasonable chap. And you claim to be a professor. My ego was punctured. Do you make a distinction between university service and my service? Is that not my university? Is that not my service? What is it that you are talking? Swami service as if it is different, and university service as if that is different. Wherever you are, it is my service. The whole world is mine. And every one of you is my servant, doing my duty. That I have assigned to you. Now that opened my eyes. Of course, my eyes wide open at that time also. So, grant me the vision of thy kingdom within me. Assign me the work that is worship for thee. Whatever work you give, there is no high or low. Lead me to those who heed thy word. Satsang. Don't put me in the midst of people who will discourage me. Lead me to those who heed thy word and pine for thee. What is a devotee? Just pine for him. Reveal thy charm wherever I cast my eye. Wherever I cast my eye, let me only see thy charm. Let me not see the ugliness, because there is nothing ugly, because everywhere you are, and therefore there is only beauty everywhere. It is my prejudice that makes me feel that it is ugly. And Swami fulfilled his one desire. Let me, Swami, let this, thy little self, merge in thee. Jai Sai Ram. Now, I will read it from the beginning once, so that you may get the feel of it. Now you can do your worst.
I started my worst. One moment, Professor, please.
That is the defect of becoming slaves of machines. Listen to me, ye children of God, said the Vedic sage centuries ago. I am longing to tell of a vision I had. 1,000 suns, a feeble flash, his effulgence I saw. Listen for a while, same good news I bring. The God has come again, the Satchidanand Supreme. Truth is his name, love his breath, dharma his voice, his presence peace. He has come for you and me and all that lives, bird and beast, our kith and kin. Each of us a role in his eternal play. No man has heard a tale so true. It is Sathyam Sivam Sundaram. Truth, goodness, beauty, all three. No man has sung a song so sweet. It is Gita, Ganga, Gayatri. He is nudging me to sing of him, but it is he who sings through me. He is urging you to listen to me, but I know it is he who is hearing me. He has come as man to liberate man in varied climes and times. When mankind wailed, lead kindly light, he has come again with the lamp of love. Come all who thirst for rest. Come all who pine for paradise on earth. Come all who seek relief from grief. Ask him to allay the pain, loosen the chain, uproot the parasites that suck you dry. Bring disaster, disease, distress, defeat, and pile them at his feet. Then, light of foot and gay of heart, skip along the pilgrim road, happy, hopping, free. A ring of hills, so brown and blue, the holy stream Chitravati, it is sacred Puttaparthi, abode of Sanatana Sarathi. Prasanthi Nilayam, Jerusalem, both words mean the same to every hungry soul. Angels hover over the silver door. Devas crowd around the golden domes. The Gopuram, it leads your eye up and up and up and up to omnipotent Om. The full moon hall where all the gods that ever man adored do congregate to welcome him. The pillar proclaims what he has come to teach. All faiths are facets of the truth. You can kneel or turn a wheel, guess him formless or with form, or see him, serve him in man and beast and plant. Sai is the journey's end. Whichever path you tread, he is the guide, the goal, the God. This Nilayam is the lab where the alchemist turns leaden hearts into Bangaru. It is an ashram where the Sadguru brings back to life the drooping and the dead. His palm, we know, has the balm. It is a workshop where he sets aright all broken hearts and mends the damaged mind. It is a school where we learn a few more D's and extra F's in Atmic alphabet. 3 minus 1 is 1. Arithmetic is upside down. And I plus I plus I plus I adds up to single I, not 4. Take your seat on the darshan line and fold your palms and minds. Bid adieu to hate and pride, farewell to envy, greed. Picture him, his lovely form, and pray for darshan, sparshan, sambhashan. 3 blessings he has come to give. Lo, there he is, the orange robe, the flash, the flame, the fragrant breeze, sunlit, hallowed hair, fulfillment of every golden dream, all the gods in Sai form, grace, majesty, joy and charm. This is Shiva Shakti, Krishna, Ram, Jehovah, Buddha, Jesus Christ. Clasp those lotus feet, hold the softness of the touch. It will keep you soft forevermore. Watch, his finger bids you wake. You are chosen, dear child. Follow him. Blessed is the day, the hour. You will be born anew. He spring cleans the junk that clutters the brain, and who you are and why is clear in the light. He dots his Vibhuti on Ajna spot, unveils the eye afflicted with multiple sight. He laughs to find you deaf, though the ear is near and clear, to the mantram of the nose, the breath. Soham, Soham, I am He, I am He, I am He. He examines the tongue, so thick with spite, prescribes a mixture of dhyan and jap. He gives the throat the acute touch and binds your lips with a not so much, not so much. He takes the load from off your back, says, I am here to bear, you move on. He gives an armor to the covered chest, and with the twinkle of an eye, he wills away your wayward ways. He answers every anguish call, the SOS from shipwrecked voyagers. Whatever the hour, however faint the cry, Sai need not travel far. He is ever at your door, by your side, behind, before. Doubt? Doubt? He answers. Lock? Lock? He enters. Decry? He pats you. Defy? He stays. Defy? He stays. He knows all we have been and are, and what we yet shall be. In infinite grace he makes us aware of the melody vibrant in the stone, of the cross that bleeds in every blade. He showers the holy ash, his signs and wonders in all his million homes. This is my calling card, he says. I am yours. I am yours. I am yours, he says. His hands and feet, his eye and voice, they girdle the cosmic sphere. Then why need we hurry and scurry from east to west and west to east, over hill and dale and sea and sand, in search of the lotus feet? They are here, within reach of every longing hand. Did he not sing the first ever song? Manasa bhajare Guru Charana. Worship the Guru's feet in the mind. Let us install him in the innermost shrine and pray. Let us pray. Sai, my Lord, grant me the vision of thy kingdom within me. Assign me the work that is worship for thee. Lead me to those who heed thy word and pine for thee. Reveal thy charm wherever I cast my eye. And Swami, fulfill this one desire. Let me, Swami, let this thy little self merge in thee, merge in thee. Jai Sai Ram.
we repeat this Shanti 3 times. So 3, it's not because 3 is a magic number, but it has got some significance. 3 times Om, 3 times Shanti. It refers to, we have got 3 types: body, the gross body, the subtle body, the causal body, not the casual body, but the causal. So this body is a casual thing that we have acquired, and we might give it up and take another, and take another and another. We are temporary residents of these bodies, one after the other. So it is a casual body, nevertheless. But in this casual body we have 3, one inside the other: the close, the subtle, and the causal. The body is supposed to be composed by 5 sheaths. The soul or the Atma is covered up by, as an onion, by, you can peel them off one by one. You have to, in order to reach the Atma. You've got the physical, the flesh and bone, and then the vital airs, then the mind, then the intellect, and then the bliss aspect, pure bliss, and the presiding deity in all these 5, that which circulates and prompts and moves, all these 5 is the Atma. These 5 sheets include the Atma. And these 5 sheets, the gross is the physical, the subtle is the vital and the mental, and the causal is the Atma inside, with the bliss aspect. So we have got 3 Oms for arousing by its vibration these 3 bodies that we possess. And there is also another, this body of ours, or rather we migrate not only from one life to another, but every day we migrate from the waking stage to the dream stage and the deep sleep stage. We are migrating from one to the other. We are in the waking stage when, I suppose, all our senses are active, and I suppose our mind is active. Sometimes it is very dull, sometimes it is active in the wrong directions, but still it is active, the senses and the mind. And the intellect also is awake, and you are aware of things. That is the waking stage. Then we take our rest, lie down, and then we pass through interesting stage, the dream stage. Many things happen to us when we travel all over the world, when we go back to our childhood, when we undergo various experiences, some of them pleasant, some of them unpleasant. But these dreams, at that time, we live in a world which is quite different from the waking stage world. Symbolisms, various structural patterns, all types of changes in reactions and responses. There the mind alone works. The senses don't work. The intellect is at abeyance. The mind alone, that is the dream stage. And then you come to the deep sleep stage, when not even the mind is working. The senses are not working. We are not aware of anything. We are happy. The happiest, we say after our sleep, fine sleep I had this. Beautiful sleep. I didn't know anything. So, probably you get happiness by not knowing anything. All our misery is caused by knowing about something, inquiring about something, getting disappointed, or getting excited, exulting, calm, nothing. I didn't know anything. I didn't know where I was upon which I was sleeping. So much of confusion all around. I didn't know anything. I had no anger, I had no desire, I had no ambition, I had no disappointment, I had no achievement. Happy, very happy. But the only thing is, you say that you were happy when you were having deep sleep. But at the time of deep sleep, you don't feel any happiness. You don't know even that you had happiness. That is a pathetic case. Suppose you were aware that you were happy. Suppose you had ananda in deep sleep and you knew about it and you were full of ananda. Such happiness, such ananda. It is only after wake that you say, very beautiful sleep. But at that time if we had known, it would have been worthwhile. And that time if you know, always being conscious of your ananda, that is the stage which we must reach. So beyond the deep sleep stage, there is a higher stage in which we are aware of ananda. In deep sleep, we are not even aware of ananda. And what's the use of having ananda without being aware of it? What's the use of having, say, £1 million in the bank but not being able to use it? You are not aware of it. You must be aware of the ananda. Then all the life is worthwhile. And all these spiritual exercises are to make you aware of the ananda that you really are. That core of ananda that we are. Ananda, anandena imani bhutani jayanti. We are born out of ananda. We are ananda. That's why Swami sometimes addresses us as Ananda Swarupulara, the Atma Swarupulara. You are not, say, excuse me, Tom, Dick and Harry, but you are Ananda. That is your real name. But you have forgotten that. And you have fixed all kinds of labels upon yourself. Saying, who are you? I am Tom. I am Dick. I am Harry. No. You are Atma. You are Ananda Swarup. I was not aware of it. Make you aware that in the core of your personality there is this great spring of Ananda. I remember I was in Whitefield one day. I was sitting along with a number of others and students, college students. And I was sitting in a corner and Swami was in the chair. This side there were college students and this side those who were not admitted into the college, that is we all of us. But those who had got admission into Swami's college and those who had liked to get into Swami's college. So I was sitting there and usually Swami will have some bhajan, those boys, and then we'll ask somebody to talk. That day he caught hold of me and he said, Kasturi, you say something? And he said, press a button and then you say something. Because if Swami presses the button, you will say something. Right. And so I stood up there itself and wanted to, and started to speak. Then, of course, I am referring to this Vibhuti that I am having here. So, seeing me, there was not much of light in that corner. The tube lights were a little this side. So he said, hey, you come under this lamp, otherwise they will think that you are having a bandage. Otherwise they will mistake it for a bandage. You are hurt and you have tied a big bandage. Then I came under the lamp and said, yes, it is a bandage to remove bondage. This Vibhuti is a bandage. It reminds you. You ask Swami why he applies the Vibhuti. He gives two reasons. One is to remind you that you are after all only, you will be reduced to ash one day. That this body of which you are so proud will have to become ash. So, to remind yourselves of death that will overtake you at any time. Be prepared for death and the consequences of the actions that you are doing now. So the bondage to the body will be relieved if you remember the inevitability of death. Another thing is, of course, he applies it here because the Kundalini here is what is called the Ajna Chakra. The Commander-in-Chief's headquarters, so to say. Ajna Chakra. Orders are emanating from here. And when Swami touches that portion with a bit of himself, namely Vibhuti, he creates the Vibhuti. It is part of him. It is such a precious thing because it is he himself. It is a part of him, a projection from his own physical personality. And when he places that on this spot,
and touches that spot with his finger, it means he is increasing the vibrations of the serpent power, as they say, of the Kundalini or the yogic power, and so he activates that. So, this always being aware of death, aware of the preciousness of time, aware of the consequences of the thoughts, words and deeds that we do, even the slightest thought or the slightest act has got its effect. Nothing will be lost. And it is that accumulated effect of the thoughts, words and deeds in all these three stages, not only the waking, the dreaming, the sleeping stage, or the gross, the subtle or the causal body. All these have got to be purified. All these have got to be charged with spiritual power. And that is why we say Om thrice, to charge the three bodies and the three states of daily life. Charge them with spiritual power. And Shanti is, say, balance, tranquility, not affected by ups and downs. The other day, Swami was in his preliminary song with which he starts his discourse. He surprised everyone by revealing one aspect of his personality. That is, he said, Chinta Cherchanatanchu Santasinchidaremo Ventane Yadavada Chinta Kalagu. Are you excited? Are you pleased because I have allowed you to come near me? The next moment I will create a fear in you that I will push you afar. What is that? Yeah, kind. Don't be too happy that I am allowing you near me, that I am allowing you to imagine that you are close to him, that you have been his pet, his favorite, that he loves you more than anyone else, that he has allowed you to come near him. Chinta Cherchana, I allowed you to come near. Santasinchidaremo, are you very glad and happy about that? Ventane, immediately, I will create fear in you that you will be pushed away. Then, Pogudutunnadani Pungipoyadareemo, I praise you, and you become go to the top of the sky. Is that so? I will ridicule you the very next moment. Abhayamicharani. Swami, we say this, if he holds his hand like that, some pictures you have, and we think, we call that picture Abhaya, fearless, don't fear when I am here. That is usual. If you go to the shops and want that picture, then you call them, you ask for the Abhaya picture, the Abhaya pose. This is the pose. So according to iconography, the signs of making idols. According to iconography, this is the Abhaya posture. When the idol in some temple has got that pose, it means you needn't fear. I shall protect you. That is the, don't fear. But Swami says, because Swami has given me Abhayam, he has shown me this. It's all right. I am with you, I am with you. Don't fear. If he says, Abhayamicharane hai gundarayam. So, all right. Oh, Swami will. He has said, don't fear. So, 70 miles speed, car. Don't fear. Swami is there. And what happened was that I was inside the car and it went round and round down a hill. Because, of course, Swami had given me Abhayam, but 80 miles speed, car. I was in East Africa. We were going in a car just behind Swami's car, about 10 minutes behind Swami's car. And then I had a friend who was in the car along with me, who was encouraging the driver. And when one truck was going this way, another truck was coming from that side, and there was just a little gap through which you could go. He would tell the driver, you can make it. And that made him a speed fiend, so that's it, one turning, the whole thing. So I was rolled inside this, I and my friend. So, Abhayam, Swami has given Abhayam. So if you are careless, if you say, oh, Swami has given me, he has said, don't fear, I am with you. So Swami is with me. If you feel like that, I will give you a great big, give you some disaster. And I won't talk to you at all. You come saying, Swami, no, he passes this way, he passes the other way. Goes that way, he comes this way. Like that, about half a dozen statements are there in which he writes this. But why? Why is he playing with us like that? But he also says, do you think? Then you might say, oh, this Swami takes delight in giving us pain, takes delight in putting us into trouble. Do you think like that? Immediately, I'll make you laugh until your sides burst. Now and then, off and on, Kadupubba, your stomach will burst, sides will burst. That is my character. Why does he take so much trouble with us, drawing us near, pushing us far? He could as well leave us alone. Why all this bother for the avatar? Having come down. Why all this bother? Why drag you near and push you far? Why make you weep and
console you by making you laugh. Why say don't fear, and then when you are in trouble, not talk at all. He says, why? That also comes in that poem. And he says, I am churning you. By this process, I want to churn you to get the butter that I like. You know, as Krishna, he used to love butter, fresh butter, fragrant butter, not artificial butter or peanut butter. So, and butter is got by churning. And churning process cannot be all one way. Because in Indian homes, even today, in the canteen, for example, you will find somebody having a big pot of milk that has been curdled, and you've got a rod, churning rod, which has got a number of leaves, and it will be drawn this way and that, drawing this and then drawing this. So it will go on stirring the thing, and then the butter will come on top. So you've got to churn. And how do you churn? You've got to draw a person near and push the person far. Draw a person near, push the person far. Tell him that he need not fear, give him opportunities to fear. Make him weep, make him laugh. That way you churn. Manasu Maruluvalpi, he says your mind, I will curdle your mind. You will get awfully confused. And that's what happens. Ought to happen. And Manasu Maruluvalpi, Mathana Pettu, Mathana is churning. So I will churn your mind. This, that, alternate. And you must also know that these are only two sides of the same coin. You can't escape. Pleasure is only an interval between two pains. So there must be pain, there is pleasure, pain, there is pleasure. That is the education that you have come to get in this world. This world is a world of dualities. It is not all, every rose has got a thorn. So it is not all happiness. Like you enjoy happiness when you pass through misery. And both misery and happiness are educators, tougheners. They toughen you. They make you, they round you up. They chisel you. They say that a rolling stone gathers no moss. It may not gather moss, but the rolling stone will become rounder and rounder. If a stone rolls down, then all the angularities will be broken off, and it will become rounder and rounder, rounder and rounder. That is the rolling stone. Need not gather moss. Why gather moss? Become round. So when we are rolled down the corridors of time and hits this side and that side, hitting chiseling, then you become Manasu Marulvartha Mathanapet. And that is what Swami says. That is what Swami does. And that's what we ought to yield. Go on, do it. I have a letter here. I came to India in February this year and had the pleasure of staying in Puttaparthi for a month. During my visit, of course, he says he had the pleasure of meeting me. That means he's a person of good manners. However, before I visited Puttaparthi, I was very doubtful about my visit, whether I can go to Puttaparthi or not. But Swami says, no one can come to Puttaparthi unless I call him. I make it possible for them to come. So, I was very doubtful about my visit. I was not sure if I was good enough to visit the place. Good enough to visit the place. Sometimes, if you are bad enough, you might be called. It's not always a question of being good enough. Because, you know, the avatar comes to punish the wicked and to reward the good. And Swami has said that this time it is not punishing the wicked, it is to remove the wickedness. There is no punishing. If a tree is affected by white ants, in old days, in previous avatars, the tree was cut. But this avatar is so kind that it removes the white ants and allows the tree to live. Because if you start cutting, there won't be any tree left. That's what he says. The old avatars, you could identify the people who had to be destroyed. But now, the whole world, everyone is afflicted. And so, the avatar comes on account of the bad as well as the good, to reward the good and to reform the bad. So, this idea that this person has, I don't know whether I was good enough. Swami doesn't care to find out whether a person is good enough to come or bad enough to come. He calls both. He calls all those who need him. Swami says, if you need me, you deserve me. Other matters are not important. If you need me, then you deserve me. That is all. If you call out for me, oh God, if you say, that's what happened to Drucker, who has been talking to you, I suppose. Drucker also is one of the people who are empowered to torture you. We are about 4 people, specially selected. And what happened to Drucker?
He was somewhere in California, and he saw a clear blue sky, and he belonged to the naval aerial service, air service. So he old desire to fly aloft and see the scenery and admire the Rockies and the snow upon them and the lakes and the gardens and the parks and the cities down below. Caught his fancy. So he got a friend and they went to an airport and hired a taxi and flew up. So the man at the airport said, the weather doesn't seem to be very encouraging. But he said, oh, that doesn't matter. He didn't know about Swami. And he was flying 45 minutes, acme of happiness. Then the clouds began to gather. It became dark, a storm, rain, snow. He says, he will say, if you ask him once again, that his plain little thing was tossed about as a paper boat upon the waves. And its radio communication system failed, and by rising up and coming down, it affected their blood pressure, and the man who was sitting behind, he called him, and there was no response. He didn't know what had happened to him. He couldn't communicate with people down below, and the petrol was available only for 10 minutes more, and he didn't know where to land. And then he said, oh God, he needed Swami. Swami must have heard the call. God! Hey, someone is calling me. He didn't know about Swami. He only said, oh God. And he says, aircraft in distress. Somebody called. Aircraft in distress. I will give you the directions. Follow my instructions. And then he used to get instructions. Right, left, slow, there, down, brake. And he came down on a patch of open space. Now he had got up in the morning, and then as soon as he landed, the petrol was over, and the man they got down. Then it was snowing. And they had their morning, when there was a clear blue sky, they didn't have much of warm clothing. And they were shivering. And they wanted to get into some place where they can get something hot. And then they found some windows gleaming. So they marched towards that. And it was Indra Devi's place. As soon as they entered, they found a huge picture of Swami. And rather curiously they looked at it. How did this guy come here? Looks like an Indian guy. That was the entrance porch when they saw Swami. He was there to receive them. The person who had said,
aircraft in distress. You call out for him 20,000 feet above the earth, he is there. And when you get into some house which you do not know to whom it belongs, he is there, waiting to receive you. The picture is there, life size. Indian guy. No one was there in the porch. Got into the hall. No one was there. They were all engaged in bhajan inside. And then just one step more, they hear bhajans. They go in. And Indra Devi tells him, oh, it is Sai Baba that has saved you. So, you need me. If you need me, you deserve me. So here is a person who needed. That was 20,000 feet above the ground. 800 feet below the ground. There was an old man, a friend of mine. Actually, a friend of mine, in Karnataka. He told me what happened to him. He had heard one folk song. Somebody sang in front of his house, some beggar. And he had got a folk song in Karnataka. Manavanagi huttid mele yene kandi. After having been born as man, what are the things that you have seen? Sayok munche nodve pomme jogat undi. Even before you die, you must see at least once the Jog Falls. You've got a huge 800 feet drop waterfall in the Western Ghats. And this song was about that. And one fellow came before his door and sang, what have you seen, having been born as man? Unless you see the Jog Falls, your life is a waste. And my friend got up and said, what is that? Where is that Jog Falls? And he gave him the address. And he said, I am alive, I am a man, so I must see Jog Falls. So he proceeded there. And 800 feet sheer drop. And you have got to go down the steps just to be right down below. And then you must watch the cascade falling. It's a beautiful thing. Of course, I have seen it, so that my life is worthwhile. But it is not true. You see, the Jog Falls are a beautiful thing because you have 4 different, it breaks into 4 different falls. And one rolls over the rock. It's simply the bubbles and the froth. It's something like a silk cloth being drawn over the rocks. A tiny pit. Another sheer fall. Another a huge semicircle falling with a perpetual rainbow throughout the way. So it is a beautiful thing. And this man went down. There were many other tourists also there. And they all came down and he was simply lost in admiration. Must have been a poet in his heart, though not on the tongue. Watched and watched and watched and watched the glory of God. Swami says the universe is your university. So he was imbibing the lesson that the waterfall was teaching him, that the cascade was teaching him. The roar of that thing is called the roarer, the straight fall. And he didn't know that it had already become dusk, dark, and that he was alone. All the rest had gone. And he didn't even remember that he was old. He was 78, and his knees were telling him, "You are 78." For having climbed down. Now the prospect of getting up with these knees, with that burden of that age, all the joy of poetry went out. Anxiety started. To spend the night in that cold background, away from everywhere, 800 feet down below. Didn't know about Swami also. Of course he knew about God. Someone had told him. So he cried out, "God!" Drucker called out God 20,000 feet above the ground. This man called out for God 800 feet down below. God, what has happened to me? I shouldn't have obeyed that folk song fellow. He said, "Before you die, you must see Job Farm." Now my coming is an invitation for that. Anyway, he cried out, "God." And what happened? You could see a little boy, about 10, 11, coming down the steps. Well, they were not nicely cut steps, just on the earth. The ground was cut into irregular rough. And if you want to get down 800 feet, you got about 1,000 steps. They found a boy tripping down, shouting, "Tata! Tata! Tata!" Tata is the appellation with which my grandchildren call me. So it is grandfather. He had become the grandfather, suddenly, of a child, somewhere. He was struck by this call, Tata, so familiar to his ears, because in his own home, he had grandchildren calling affectionately and climbing on to his lap, saying Tata. So sweetly, the cry came, "Tata! Tata! Tata!" Came near him. How could this boy, alone, solitary chap, come there in the night and call you? And he said, "Patko, hold on to this." And the boy had a stick, green, because he seems to have plucked it out of a branch of some tree that was right on top, just for the occasion of helping this man to hold on to. So, Patko, hold on to this. Hold on to a little twig, held by a little brat. A 10-year-old boy and a feeble green twig to pull a man up 1,000 steps. a man of 78 with half a dozen grandchildren like that boy. But he did the trick. He held on to it. And then that man, my friend says, he came to Swami later. He said, he was hauled up. With this difficulty he was climbing. But it was so easy. And he found himself right on top. And then he thought, fine boy, must give him something sweet. Where is the nearest hotel? And the boy had given it to me. And when he came here, somebody told him, your help like that must be, we know who has done it. We know the person. Sathya Sai Baba. Huh? Sai Baba. And then he knew that I am here. So he said, that Sai Baba who has taken away our Kasturi. Because I am supposed to be lost to my old associations. Because Sai Baba has kidnapped me. He knew about my college career and all that, so many of my old college friends for a long time used to believe that I was lost, that I escaped the mental hospital. Yeah. So he also thought, oh, Sai Baba with whom? Kasturi is there? Oh, then I know him, I'll go. He came here, and Swami warned him against doing mischievous things at the age of 78. So, point is, Swami saying, if you need me, you deserve me. You need not be good enough as this person writes. That's how this question came. I was not sure if I was good enough to visit the place and meet Baba. Somehow my prayers were heard, and I was there with this group. During our stay in Puttaparthi, we had one interview. Swami has said, I will call all those who are ready to Puttaparthi. And there are different levels of readiness. All those who are ready, I will call. But there are different levels of readiness. So this person was ready for an interview, not only for coming and sitting in the darshan line and moping there and hoping, but also for being called and given an interview. All right. And twice he materialized Vibhuti for me. I was on top of the world. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? And then, when I read on page 205 of Sanatana Sarathi for August 1984, that was the speech in which Swami said, there are three things which I am resolved upon, which I assure you. One of them is, once Swami has accepted a devotee as you are mine, he will not abandon him whatever happens. That's the profound thing. Another, once I have decided upon a project, it must take place. And three, I will not show my hand to receive something, I will only give. These three are, he said. And we put it together. And it went to her, went to this person.
Then she says, so this person has not heard what I told you. Assurance and then churning. That you do not know. So, once Swami has accepted, what does he mean by this statement? He wants me to clarify. How does he know that Swami has accepted them? Do I have any right to believe that he has accepted me? Now, if I say you are mine, I won't leave you. That's what Swami said that day. But when will he say you are mine? I can tell you another assurance of Swami. Swami has said, another occasion, I have no name. You can call me by any name. You can call me by that very, you can call me God. Though of course God is a very cheap word. My God, you see. My God. God. We use it so cheaply. God knows. You see, if you don't know, if you don't know anything, you excuse yourself by saying, God knows. As if he is a kind of dictionary which you have. God has got to be an ADC, God has got to find out things for you. For everything, God. A cheap name. You can call him God. Now Swami says, I have no particular name. Call me by any name. I will respond. And he also says, but what is he want to refer to Swami? There are some children who are brought here to be named by Swami. They are about 4 years, 5 years. They are waiting for Swami to name. But that doesn't mean that they have not got a name. You have got to use something. You have got to say the big one, or the first one, or the second one, or the fat one, or the dull one. Until Swami gives a name, you have to describe it, or the sick one, or the tall one, or the short one. You have got to call him tall one or short one. So how are you going to refer to Swami if you can't use the name? He has got all names. Swami has said, you can refer to me like this. Navadu, mind, mind. Mind, Swami, mind. Then Swami will say, thine. If you say, I am yours, he will say, you are mine. So here, this person asks, Swami has accepted a devotee as you are mine. When will Swami accept a devotee as you are mine? When you accept him as I am yours. That's what Swami has said. That is the echo that will come. Usually the echo, if you go before a mountain or precipice or cliff and say, I am yours, then the echo will be, I am yours. Or it may be yours. Or it may be, I am yours, I am yours, I am yours. But in this case, Swami says, the echo will be, If you say, I am yours, the echo will be, you are mine. So, if you want to know, how do I know that he has accepted me? Well, you can easily know. Had you said, not simply by the tongue, and you felt that you are his, then he will accept as you are mine. And then whatever happens to you, he will take it. So the point is, surrender. I am yours. Your will, not mine. If you draw me near, all right. You push me aside, all right. I know it is for churning and for getting the butter which you like most. So whatever happens, I am yours. I am yours. I am yours. That is the answer to the question which this person has asked me. He has asked me to write to him. How do I know that Swami has said, you are
Sairam. Say, I am born into a world where Baba was already there. And I don't know the world without Baba. I stand there. And I know Kasturi because I know Baba. It's also true. Because in our family, with small children around, like my two brothers, was a small family. But Baba was already there. Going to Puttaparthi, and every time grandfather came back to Bangalore, or we came to Puttaparthi, or at least quite often we came and gone, interviews and interviews, and waiting for 2 days. Swami did not call us. Or, okay, one more day. Swami said he will call us tomorrow. It was all going like that. So the connection to Swami, connection to God was, for me, I can say I have no world where I did not see Baba. Okay. My grandfather, he was already known to many people before I knew. His students, his professional circle, teachers and admirers, and he was a good talker and writer. So he had gathered a sufficient audience for him, where they will listen to him. And he had the ability to explain things beautifully, whatever that little things happen. And he had that ability as a storyteller and teacher and actor, poetry writer. Poetry was easy for him. He used to say poetry is easy instead of writing an essay. So I can make a poetry quickly. So many things before he wrote, he used to talk to us. Not only us, but for everyone, he used to talk about anything that whatever came into his admiration, he used to talk. So especially about Baba, he spoke more and rather he has written less. He spoke more. If there was a possibility of recording, he might have spoken at least about 1,000 times to 1,000 different groups. So he spoke more. And he could not stop speaking. At one time, Swami used to tell him whenever he was sick with some cough and cold or fever, and he was in front of Swami, and Swami used to tell him, hey, go and talk about Swami. In the lecture, you lecture about Swami. The lecture is your medicinal mixture. Poi lecture chayi, ade mixture. It was so colorfully and beautifully true. And he used to meet Swami at least about 6 times or 7 times or 8 times, whatever may be the context or pretext. Most of the time it was a pretext to meet him. And he came back. And when he came back from the mandir, from the place, the interview room, what we call interview room today, and then he used to slowly step down and come home, maybe about 100 steps. And slowly people gathered around him, expecting that he's going to tell another beautiful Leela story from Swami. People simply nicely gathered, and most of the times people observed my grandfather as choked or he was filled with bliss. One of the finest expression, he himself wrote it as a poetry, is the first line is from Upanishad. Shrunvantu vishve amrutasya putraha adit vedahametam purusham mahantam aditya varnam tamasah parastat. Every time he came, he had another glimpse of divine in Swami. And he used to say, Shrunvantu vishve, the people in the world, please listen to me. Amrutasya putraha. He used to tell, Swami is telling all of you are Amritasya Putra. Vedahametam Purusham Mahantam. He has come as a Purusha in his room. I just now met him. I went to him. Aditya Varnam Tamasah Parastat. No darkness can hide him. And what he started telling? He started telling everything about the latest, the glimpse of God in Swami. He came. I like to explain this. The last thing what I saw him in his life, the very last thing. And that was, I was ready to understand certain things at the time. Therefore, it is the first thing for me, whereas it was the last thing from the point of Kasturi. Gentleman Jagadishan from Singapore came, Singapore or Malaysia he came. He brought a book, a manuscript, to be checked by my grandfather. The book's name was Journey Within. Journey Within. It's one of the last books of the 4 books Jagadishan wrote. And the manuscript was very heavy with about 200-300 sheets, one-sided typed sheets. Grandfather was sick, 1987. And Jagadishan hesitatingly gave it to my grandfather and lovingly asking him, Anna, he was addressed as Anna as a brother. Please, can you go through it and give me 1 or 2 lines? And he left it there during Shivratri and came back during Guru Purnima about 3 months later. My grandfather's physical condition was not so good. It was every day getting down and down and down. And he was not in a position to sit and read. But the book was there by the side. And Jagadishan came. And when he saw my grandfather's condition, he did not want to ask. He only asked me, has he written anything? And I signaled to him, no, sorry. Maybe it is not possible. And grandfather looked at me. He said, no, call him. So I called him. So the book was given to my grandfather. He could not sit and read, whereas lying down, the book was held up to him, and then he wrote his last line that day. Last line, it was not so clear. The lines were not so clear because he has to write it upside down, lying on the bed. And he wrote, and Jagadishan observed, within and within. The book's name is Journey Within. Within and within, as we, within and withinner, as we become thin and thinner. Grandfather had this ability to alliteration. As we become thinner and thinner. And he said, we become he. We become he. This is the experience Swami is giving to all of us. We become he. Only it's a thoughtless awareness. For no one can explain this. We become he, and he becomes us. The God is playing with his own creation so that the creation becomes himself again. He does not want the world be separated from him. He has not much joy, but he's taking everyone back into himself. And grandfather wrote it, and Jagdishan looked at me, and then he repeated, because the spellings and the writing was not so clear, so he repeated and he repeated. Grandfather was very happy, and I think he did not speak later on. He did not speak. He lived for maybe about another 1 month, but he almost stopped speaking. His voice was gone before, but he was stopped speaking also. This culmination of understanding of what God is. We don't need to understand what the world is, but what God is. That is why all our lives are given to us, what God is. So, there are many, many statements of Swami throughout Kasturi's life. There are not much personal things for Kasturi. I can only say, I would like to put this emphasis, not personal miracles or personal, but for Kasturi, it was a universal revelations from God himself. And he was the first recipient of many such wonderful statements from Swami. Almost it came spontaneously from Swami. Although it was all the words and all the explanations are same, but some of them stands out. For instance, he used to tell, he came from Bangalore one day to Puttaparthi, 54 or 55, and as he entered the village, there was a gloomy atmosphere. People started speaking about a death which happened in Swami's family, and Swami's sister's husband, the brother-in-law, passed away due to a dog bite. So grandfather, he was rushing to see Swami, but this news was very much disturbing. How can it happen? Swami's own brother-in-law will get a dog bite and die, and Swami cannot do anything. Can he not raise him back to life? And this was the thought was raising in him, and then he came to the veranda where the family was surrounded Swami, and Swami was not at all seemed to be disturbed, not at all seemed to be affected by the situation. He was in his own fine way, flying his hand. He was walking up and down as if nothing is affected. And for grandfather, it was a big puzzle. What's happening here? So but he also felt that for that man who died, Mr. Subbaraju, and as a fine man, and something choked him up, and then the tears started rolling down his eyes. This grandfather put all these pictures to me in this way. I did not see it, but he made it. And Swami came to him, "Hey Kasturi, what happened to you? Why you are crying?" This was a question grandfather did not expect that Swami is going to ask like this. And Swami, what's happening? Are you not disturbed? Is it not affecting you? Swami said, in Telugu he said, "Sachedi puttedi lekpothe naak etlaya time poyedi." It's a very simple village like Telugu. If there is no birth and death happening, how am I going to pass my time? And for grandfather, it was consoling for many lives of question of birth and death to know that there is someone who is playing with our birth and death. It's not birth and death, there never ends to life, there never ends to matter. But someone is witnessing, someone is enjoying it. And that someone is in front of me. Grandfather was more or less hugged Swami for life. After this statement, he hugged him. This was a revelation given in a silver platter. How am I going to pass my time if there is no birth and death? All Upanishad, all the Upanishads, all the statements are there in one sentence. We know the Indians, we know that three prayers, Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amritangamaya. And Asatoma, Tamasoma, Jyotirgamaya, we all know the lights went off and we get immediately rush after the light. And many times in life, most of the time we are in the lightless darkness. Something like before the examination results are coming, we are in a darkness. We do not know. Although we know we wrote the papers, we still await and we enjoy that not knowing the tamas. And asat, we all know what is asat. And in front of Swami, asat cannot stand. Asat cannot stand because he knows the the depths of the meanings and depths of the happening, depths of the feelings. He knows asat. And Mrityu Orma Amritangamaya, most of us, we experience this. We see here and there the death and we feel immediately what's happening. But here is Swami. He is here to wipe off all the three things, especially in grandfather's life. He came to Swami when his second son passed away. And for him, it was tamas, asat, and also mrityu. All the three was there on the day, 1947, the Indian independence was declared. In the middle of the night, this son, second son, who was a freedom fighter, almost a college student, and after listening to Nehru's declaration over the radio, at 12 midnight sermon, midnight declaration of the Nehru, that India had really had the freedom, then this son passed away. The next moment he passed away. And for my grandfather and my grandmother, this was not a lifting situation, but it was pulling them down to the pragmatic realities of this is what it is. The country might have freedom, but I lost my son. I have no God. And I don't need to worship anyone. If the God takes away my child, I don't worship that God. It was such a strong, stern situation for both of my grandfather and grandmother, although they were fine in their own life. But thereafter they came to Swami. My grandmother accepted Swami as a replacement for the last son. My grandmother, with her own affection, he almost embraced Swami as son. And Swami had to lift her up from this emotional bonding to a divine situation. Swami has worked with her also in a very affectionate way. That's another story. But grandfather, this subject of life and death, on that day was almost cleared off. There is no life and death, but there is someone is watching the life and death, and he is here in front of me. Okay, this is the kind of statement grandfather wrote it down and said articles and spoke about again and again about Swami, the life beyond. The God is beyond life. The second thing which I remember is Swami had been to East Africa, the only foreign travel. And when Swami came back, the whole Bombay organized a welcome, the return, in a Vallabhai stadium where about 2 lakh people could sit. 2 lakh people could sit for Swami for nearly 6 hours, wait. And Swami came. And the public speech, Swami was giving in Telugu and grandfather was translating. Swami was in his Vishwarupa. Let us imagine he was in his Vishwarupa, speaking through a microphone, not the systems today, not the digital system, all microphones, the blaring microphones, to all to listen. Swami said, this going to foreign and then coming back, it is nothing special for me. It is like going from one room to the other room. And Swami said, this I prapanchame na illu. He said, this world is, grandfather translated like this, the world is my mansion. Swami looked at my grandfather, he said, no, universe is my mansion. This world is nothing. He put it like that. Universe is my mansion. Definitely it's a Vishwarupa, no? And grandfather, he stopped, said, Swami, I cannot translate. Swami said, come on, you translate. I will. So this is another statement. The universe is my mansion. Just like the one, this was my grandfather's personal experience with Swami. And the one more thing I remember is a similar situation, another fine devotee, 55, 56, and they were there all the time doing all sorts of work in the mandir. The big family, wealthy family, and they had a child, newly born, with blessings of Swami, and they brought the child. They asked Swami to name the child. So there was a ceremony and celebration, naming of a child. Small Puttaparthi, small village, and little, of course, it was always, Swami, it's always crowded. But anyway, and Swami said, tomorrow I'm coming at 10 o'clock, we will have in their house, inside the ashram, in their house itself, the naming ceremony. And the whole night, the family was decorating the house with colors and balloons and things like that, putting rangoli and things like that. It was a little bit of celebration mood. And other people in the ashram, like my grandfather, and they were all waiting for the event to happen the next day. And they were also more or less getting ready for this to happen, naming a child. And night at 2 o'clock, they had a real cry. The whole family was crying because the child, which slowly slipped into under Swami's chair, which was they were making, and died because of a snake bite. The life cannot be brought back. And grandfather again got disturbed. Swami, he went and knocked the door morning at 4 o'clock. He knocked the door, Swami's sleeping room, and he said, Swami, what's happening? Please. They were supposed to celebrate. And the family, such a devoted family for you, but this is happening. And the child is dying in front of you. What's happening? And Swami said another fine statement. Kasturi, you are seeing one child dying, but I am seeing millions of children died. And I am also seeing millions of children born. Shall I cry or shall I laugh? This was another Upanishad statement from Swami in a simple language, in a simple situation. But then grandfather came back and the family was very uniquely put up with the situation. They said, Swami is coming to our house, we should not cry. They took the child in the night itself and finished the things what is to be taken, buried or cremated. And they said, Swami is coming at 10 to 3, we should be. And my grandfather was another experiencing. He went to the mother and asked, what's happening? Are you not shaken by this? And she said, no, my child died under Swami's chair. Swami took the child into his realm. I am happy that child died under Swami's chair. These are the revealing moments. Swami was not revealing to Kasturi, Swami was not revealing to your family, but Swami was revealing himself. There is nothing but God in this world, nothing but God in this world. It was becoming louder and louder and louder and louder, miracle after miracle, miracle after miracles, or the Leela after Leela. It is Swami was making clearer and clearer to the minds of people. We are trying to prove the life can be concocted. Many of the scientists and doctors, they are struggling how the life can be made. But Swami is telling that life cannot be made, but life is a grant. Life is a grace. It is given. You are having it, but make the best use of it. May your life be the best use for yourself, to the people around you. Do maximum seva. Do everything as a seva. Offer everything to him so that you can come back to him. If you want, Swami will give another life. That's another matter. This is that grandfather quite often very emphatically he was speaking about these things because it is his first experience. The other thing was, which I observed in him, is how the closeness to Swami and grandfather. It was something unique. Every day morning, my grandmother went around. There was no flower supplies those days, and she has to collect flowers. The little flowers like tulsi and then bilva, the fresh bilva and tulsi collected by my grandmother, and some tummipulu is a very small flower, and she is collected and gave it to my grandfather. The moment my grandfather was ready by 6 o'clock, which I observed with my, and grandfather put his vibhuti and dressed up himself, and my grandmother gave these flowers to my grandfather, and he put it in his pocket, juba pocket, and went with fine steps to Swami. And by the time Swami had his bath, and he must be, I did not see, but he must be drying up his beautiful hair. And grandfather went to Swami, and flowers were offered at the lotus feet of Swami. This happened for 30 years. The flowers conveyed the feelings of the world to the Lord who is in the form of Swami. These are the unspoken, undescribable moments where you are meeting divine in the form, in the room, under the 40 watt candle, 40 candle light, you are seeing Swami. Okay. One such event grandfather spoke was his knowing everything. He knew everything, but he allowed us to speak out sometimes. Like my cousin, who was in Assam, he has finished his graduation and was going for the post-graduation, and he had a dream. In the dream, Swami came to him and told him not to take marine biology and take the entomology. And my cousin, he had prepared his aspiration to go for marine biology so that he can go for the finer institution somewhere around the world. The marine biology was his choice. He thought that will be the sailing, the enjoyment of sailing over the seas. But Swami told him, he was very clear, and take entomology. So he was becoming a scientist. So he wrote a letter to my grandfather. I do not know, maybe you appreciate me or not, because I'm becoming a science student, but I am asking some foolish question. That Swami came to me in my dream and told me that I should take entomology. I am in a perplexed situation now. Should I or shall I not? But whatever you say as my grandfather, I will take it. But I want your support for me. It is a very clear dream. Swami coming and telling, take entomology, don't take marine biology. So grandfather had this letter in his pocket, went to Swami, and he was waiting for that Swami will ask. But Swami did not ask, but Swami started telling. Your grandson had a dream. He wrote it to you. It is there in your pocket. And he is asking, shall I take entomology or marine biology? Swami told me entomology. Tell him, I saved him before. It is true. I saved him before as a child, his hydrophobia. This cousin was a young baby of 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. He had a hydrophobia. His mother had to drag him to water. Moment he saw the water, he used to run away miles, screamed away. And the mother brought him to Swami saying that, Swami, I don't know what's happening to my child. Swami said, don't worry, I will make him all right. So Swami gave $1 for him and then put it on his chest, and they said, you will be all right. The same day, the river was Chitravati flowing. It came, some rain came, there was Chitravati was flowing. This cousin ran to Chitravati to have the full joy of get rid of the hydrophobia. And this Swami says, I have helped him out. But now that fellow wants again go to this marine biology as a subject. tell him, let him take entomology. So this was it is not you are going to Swami, you are coming back from Swami, you have some official discussion and then some budgets or some money matter, nothing. Swami is dealing with life. One life is gone, another life is coming. One more life, one more chance to understand God. Many people understand God, Swami will create more people. Because so many people will have the joy of understanding Him. Million more people, no problem. He will give a new situation. And grandfather was receiving this everyday stimulation of finding God, seeing God, being with God. This was not, it is not easy to talk about these things, okay, in a very trusting situations or very fine situation. We can inspire with these stories, with talking to each other. And grandfather was very good at it. He came back and slowly people gathered and then he used to tell, come on. You know what happened today? What happened? Swami said this, Swami made this, Swami told this. And he used to be in tears many times. Tears because he had another speck of truth. It's coming directly from Swami. There was nothing else. The Swami was, although it seems like, as many people speak, that you had that grace of Swami on you, you were very close to Swami, you were, this kind of, we speak about admiringly about a person on whom Swami graced. But for Swami, as much I see from a distance, is that Swami is speaking to one person, but he is speaking to the whole world. There is no separation of lives, millions of lives. Swami does not know. Swami knows only one life, shared by a million lives. It is something wonderful to see Swami that, and he is giving this opportunity for us also, now also. He is not speaking to one, and therefore he is happy that he spoke to one, but by speaking to one, he is speaking to the family, he is speaking to the community, he is speaking to the society, he is speaking to the entire world. Because Swami is of such unique form. Then the other thing I remember is grandfather was a poet. Means he had the ability to compose words or put meaning into the words. And when he came to Swami, this power of words became more for grandfather. Here he found and how he can use his words for Swami. And every year, those days, there was a Dasara function, now just like this. And then this Dasara function was always comprised of a poet session of poets. And people came from different languages, language groups, English, Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam. And grandfather being a poet with Swami, he would put everything into poetry. All his experience, he could put it in a nice way of poetry. His choice of language was Kannada, but he also wrote it in Malayalam. And many things, he was becoming more and more poetic, and then he composed what he calls Sai Bhagavatam. And this Sai Bhagavatam, it was so fine, the development of the Sai Bhagavatam was so fine that he made it in about 8 to 10 languages. Almost the content is the same, but he used the different languages. And many times he requested Swami that he should be allowed to read this poetry for Swami. I know here, there, a little bit of this, but it ends like this. In Kannada language, he says, Satya Swarupam, Dharma Swabhavam, Shantakaram, Premavataram. And at the end, he says, Yava lakko yanage badisi ninu, Yava dikko kadege nadasi ninu. Swami, You know what grace, what fortune you have to serve for me. Please serve me, I will take it. Swami, you know, the road or the direction or the way which you have prepared for me, you take me there. I just keep quiet. I just enjoy this being keeping quiet. One more incident I remember in his life is in 1963, Guru Purnima time, Swami was not well for 7 days before Guru Purnima, and the 7th day in front of everyone in the small, fully public, full hall public of Guru Purnima of 1963, where Swami was seen by all, including me and grandfather very closely to help Swami. That Swami was put on with a paralytic stroke on the left side, leg, and then arm, and then his face completely collapsed. And maybe about that 50,000 people who came that day, they did not want to see Swami like that. They were banging their heads against the wall. Swami, what happened to you? We came to you as the rescuer, that it is something happening to you. You are losing your speech. You are not able to wave your hand. You are not able to move. And grandfather was very close to Swami, helping him. And the moment was like this. Swami was brought down to the prayer hall. Swami was made to sit on the little low Singhasan. And Swami asked my grandfather, I am seeing everything in front of me now when I'm speaking. And he was putting himself very slowly to reach Swami. Swami was speaking something. And my grandfather could not understand. His speech was so distorted. And next moment, I was 63, I was 11-year-old boy. I heard the whole mandir was crying. Oh, it was crying. And Swami tried to raise his hand to tell people to come down, but he was not able to raise. So grandfather somehow mustered the courage and he took the microphone and he said, Swami says, not to worry, Dikkuleni Vadiki Devude Gati. So some important devotee who seems to be not having any support right now, he has prayed to Swami and Swami has taken the calamity which is falling on him. And Swami says, he will be all right. We have to have that strong devotional faith on him. And the next moment, Swami signed something. The people were there around, Raja Reddy, Krishnappa, and all these people were there. And then the signaling was such that Swami needs water. And someone rushed and brought some water. And Swami was drinking. The hand was shaking, the right one, the hand was really shaking. So somebody held a glass close to the mouth of Swami, and Swami had 2 sips. And then next moment, Swami put his right hand into that cup, and then he took some water, and he started sprinkling on his left hand. And he sprinkled on his left leg also. The next second, Swami was on his feet. And threw all the pillows and things which was packed him into that pillow, and the Swami stood nearly for 1 hour. Swami was speaking about the compassion of Lord Shiva and Shakti to come on this planet Earth, and give that darshan to all, Shiva and Shakti, Shiva Shakti Swarupa. The next thing I remember was the Goa incident in the Raj Bhavan. Nakul Sains was Goa's governor, and Swami had been there for a Christmas event. And Swami had an appendicitis development on his body. And of course, it was maybe about 4 years later or 5 years later. And this time, grandfather was prepared to see another Shiva Shakti, because he knew all the time, consciously he is prepared that nothing will happen to Swami. But when doctor said, this is appendicitis, it is growing like a cricket ball, anytime it can burst. And if it bursts, the life is no more. And it is happening in a fully protected governor's place. There was nothing of a dirt for Swami, but it still is happening. And Swami called my grandfather on a Christmas day, still having the appendicitis, showing the symptoms of pain on Swami's face. And many devotees were asking, Swami, please give this disease to me. You be happy, but give the pain to us. Swami said, you can't. You will jump into the sea. The Swami's bangla was by the side of the ocean. Nakul Sen Sahib, Swami said, if you have this pain, you will simply jump into the ocean. Since it is happening to me, I am able to hold it. See, there are the inner meanings. The pain which has created this world, it's not just an appendicitis. And so many souls and so many beings, they're all suffering. And Swami has taken it on his body at that moment. And he called my grandfather. You go and tell the press people who are there, because it's a governor's office, announced to the press, today evening there will be a public meeting and Swami is going to speak. And grandfather, he told me how he trembled to announce this with a view of the thinking of well-beingness to Swami. He thought Swami is going to come with that appendicitis, he's going to speak. And doctors were not allowing him to move, not even to turn around. And Swami said, you go and tell him, go and tell announce. So grandfather, he put those words to the press saying that Swami is going to speak today evening. But when he came back, Swami asked him, did you tell? Yes, Swami. And then Swami got up. And grandfather helped him to go into that bathroom and the next moment, grandfather was there outside. And Swami came out, he said, appendicitis is gone. I have cleared it out. Today evening, we are going to celebrate Christmas. I'm going to speak. The other fine incident, a little bit humorous, but also when Swami went to East Africa, he took my grandfather, and the Swami one day went for this wildlife sanctuary to see. They were going in 4 or 5 cars, and Swami's car was ahead, and Swami told some of these people like Indu Lal Shah, who was in the car, saying that Kasturi's car has collapsed behind. It was true. The Kasturi's car with Dr. Raja Reddy and then Goginating Sambohan Babu, they were trying in a car. At one point, it got tumbled down, more or less rolled 3 or 4 rolls. And finally, the car was upside down, the wheels were up. And grandfather lost a bit of consciousness for a moment. And this other gentleman on whom my grandfather was more or less fell. He was telling Kasturi Garu, please move a little bit so that I can go out and help you. And when the gentleman came out, Swami was there already. And he took very personal care. Grandfather says, there was a thrill when Swami was holding my hand. Something rushed through my hand. And I did not feel any shock at the time. I was enjoying the Swami's hand holding me. I enjoyed it, he says. Talking of miracles, I would like to explain this one incident with grandfather. Spoke quite often. In 50s, Swami did not have his own house, but Swami was living with different families for a few days, and then he was changing the houses also. So one family was known or figurable in that fact. He was chartered accountant, Venkatraman, and his daughter, now famous Sudha Raghunathan, the very famous musician. And the Sudha Raghunathan was born by grace of Swami to this family, Venkatraman and Chudamani. And Swami was seen particularly interested in this little baby. And the little baby was seen particularly interested in Swami. There was something unique, enviable for all other devotees to see. Okay, but once it seems it happened, grandfather wrote it also. This Venkatraman's day came, They had the interview with Swami, and they were leaving to Bangalore in their car, and they left Puttaparthi. And 1 hour later, Swami called my grandfather, and he said, "See, you write down." Swami told my grandfather, "You write down. All whatever I'm speaking now, you write down. Because you people don't believe, you write down." Something was Swami was revealing, the saying that I just now gave life to Venkatraman's daughter, Sudha, Sai Sudha. "Swami, what happened?" my grandfather asked. "See, they went from here, and on the way, the baby died on the lap of the mother in the car. It fainted. It was showing some of the moments of fit, and then baby died. In the Bagipalli, on some cross is there, I forgot the name. And just now I rescued the baby." Right now. And Swami went on explaining the entire detail, saying that they were so much panicked. The car was surrounded by many people around. Many people tried to console these people, and they were screaming. They were screaming at God and screaming at me. And why it happened they were screaming. And meanwhile, I appeared there as an old man, as a fakir, and 2 women around by the side of me. And I appeared as 3 among the crowd. And some other people recognized me, and they told the mother, "Mother, please give this baby into this fakir's hand." And mother unwillingly gave this, more or less, the blue baby to fakir's hand. And Swami is telling Kasturi, "Write down, I showed my Baba face to that baby." That means Baba showed his curly hair and the beautiful, charming face to that baby, and the baby came back to life. Kasturi wrote down. And they were happy. The baby was more or less came back to life, and then they were happy. And now, after this was a shock and surprise meant for them. And then Swami says, they wanted to give me some rupees, and I refused the rupees. Swami says, "Kasturi, please don't write down." And then, and the lady, she went into the basket and took some fruits. And Swami said, "The fruits which I gave them in the interview room, they are giving me back." And then Swami said, I took the fruit, and then they turned it around the baby, and I threw it away. There was some kind of evil situation. It was warded off, it was taken away. And then as a parting talk, I told them, "Go to your house and make the arati for your Ishtadevata." And then 2 hours later, Swami called my grandfather. Jokingly, he said, "They made the arati to Venkataveshwara, but not for me." And 2 days later, the letter came from these people, Venkatramans, thanking Swami for this, giving the baby back to them. And now Swami is telling my grandfather, "Kasturi, bring your sheets of paper, which you wrote it down. Compare all the incidents. Compare the incidents." And again and again, I see Swami rescuing the life, rescuing the life. He gave the life, and he wants to rescue the life so that the life can experience God in the life. It is something, that's why grandfather could not give a caption to the book which he wrote, Loving God. And he said, I couldn't. The loving God is one sentence that is enough to describe Swami, and everything else is only a description of that. And he was very happy to meditate on this loving God as a name for Swami to the book. And then it was truly a loving God for him.
dancing in the deepest ocean, twisting